I call the November 2nd, 2021 closed session of the City of Fullerton City Council meeting to order. The public can access live meetings through https://fullerton.legistar.com on Spectrum Cable Channel 3 and AT&T UVerse Channel 99. The council chamber will have limited seating available for the public. All persons visiting city facilities shall wear face masks and observe social distancing protocols. The public may address the city council in person or virtually by joining the Zoom meeting online or by telephone. Those joining the Zoom meeting should go to zoom.us/join. Those wishing to speak via telephone may call 1-669-900-9128. Enter Zoom meeting ID 978-4219-1797. If calling in, then press the pound sign, enter a participation ID number, and press pound sign again. Please note that attendee names and/or phone numbers will display during the meeting. If you would like to speak on an item and on the telephone, enter *9. If you are online, use the raise hand feature. A staff member will call your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number when it is your turn to talk. You will have 3 minutes to speak on the item. Please remember to state your name for the record. Members of the public may only speak one time during public comments and on each agenda item. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Whitaker?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap?
Here.
Councilmember Jung?
Present.
Councilmember Silva?
Here.
And Councilmember Zara is not currently present.
We will now hear public comment on closed session items only. Seeing none in the chamber, I will check with our Zoom calls. Nothing. So with that, we shall recess to closed session. '21 meeting of the Fullerton City Council to order. Madam Clerk, could you explain to people at home how they may participate?
Thank you, Mayor. Folks can either come to the meeting live and participate here in the council chambers. We have seating available, and please observe our social distancing protocols. Or folks can watch on TV at fullerton.legistar.com. Actually, that's streaming. That's not on TV. But on TV, you can watch on Spectrum Cable Channel 3 and AT&T UVerse Channel 99. You can also log into Zoom if you'd like to make comments during the meeting. The number is 669-900-9128 or zoom.us/join. The meeting ID is 978-4219-1797, and all the information is also on the agenda page.
Great, thank you for that. And now our City Clerk, Lucinda Williams, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Whitaker.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Here.
Councilmember Jung.
Present.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Zara.
Here.
We're privileged this evening to have Dan Crane of Fullerton Free Church to provide the invocation. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's pray. O God, creator of all that exists, to the one who made us and loves us beyond measure, I pray the prayer of King Solomon when he took office. Now the Lord my God, you have made your servant to rule, so give your servant a discerning heart to govern your people and to distinguish from right and wrong. So I pray for this council that you would give them wisdom to know what is best, integrity to choose the right way, and courage to stay on course, so that we as citizens may live in peace and prosper. This is our prayer. Amen.
Would you mind a few sentences to explain your church a little bit to the people?
Yeah, we're Fullerton Free up on the hill in Bassencherry or Brea. And we have a veterans breakfast at next Thursday at 7:30 before we invite everyone to the parade and the big event in Heritage Park. Looking forward to it.
Well, I'm sure that most people are very aware of the church, but there are always new ones. But
thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Would you all please stand for our Pledge of Allegiance? I'd like to ask Mayor Pro Tem Nick Dunlap to lead the pledge.
Hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And I will ask our city attorney, is there a closed session report this evening?
There is this evening. In the matter of the United States Department of Justice, DJ number 204-12C-486, USAO number 2017V02117- Fullerton Transportation Center. The City Council in closed session on a motion by Mr. Dunbar and second by Mr. Zara passed 5-0 an agreement to enter into a settlement agreement regarding the Fullerton Transportation Center addressing ADA issues.
Yeah, that's Dunlap, Counselor. Yeah. Don't want a mysterious, motion out there.
And with that, I will ask members of the council, are there ex parte communications to report?
Mr. Mayor, I spoke with representatives of OCEA.
Okay. And that appears to be it. We're ready for public comments. We will now hear public comments on matters not appearing on the agenda, but within the City Council jurisdiction, and consent calendar items that they wish to pull. Speakers will have up to 3 minutes to make your remarks. Those wishing to speak on a regular business or public hearing item on this agenda may do so later when that item arrives in our meeting. State regulations prohibit the City Council from acting on non-agenda items during public comment. And with that, please.
My name is Todd Harrison, and I am one of the so far surviving endangered residents of Rancho La Paz Mobile Home Park. Hello again, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'd like to start by thanking Councilman Zara for coming to both our Halloween party Saturday and our HRO meeting last night. For all this council collectively has been of limited help to we seniors. He has done his best for us and continues to be the one of you that cares about people instead of his own opinions. We of Rancho La Paz have many of the same problems the city of Fullerton is struggling with as a whole. Out-of-control housing costs, increasing crime, crumbling infrastructure, and an authority in charge that does not seem to give a damn about us. Some of us are now homeless or have even died of preventable issues. Thankfully, the state government has stepped up and become a problem for Mr. Saunders, for all he is still doing his best to destroy our lives. Organized to help each other, we are fighting back in every way we can. This is true of our problems with Fullerton as well. We are sick of watching this council fight ideological battles and further special interests while the citizens pay the price. We are aware of the redistricting issue looming soon, and we'll be watching even closer than the ACLU to see that you pay more than just lip service to the principle of democratic representation. Beyond the two you discussed tonight, we are also aware of recent and upcoming property developments here in Fullerton. We expect you to face those developers and work with them if possible, and lean on them when needed. The core issue of low-cost housing, city services, and infrastructure troubling the budget should be part of what these developers have to support. Fullerton has a high requirement for increased housing looming, and you need to channel the profits commercial interests see there into helping the whole city and all the residents. No matter how you play with the district lines, you'll not be allowed to shut out the seniors, the renters, and the poorest of Fullerton residents. We are here to remind you of the people you're meant to serve, and we're not going away. Remember that sooner or later, the money and influence of heartless companies and evil men like Mr. Saunders will pass, and all that will be left is your legacy of actions. Will you look back on your votes here and be proud of what you did for the residents of Fullerton? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm standing before you tonight to plead with you, and I strongly support item 2 on the consent calendar. Please, please, please never let it cease, because that way everybody has a chance to know what's going on in the city. And also, it's something I forgot to tell you on the last meeting, that there is the cost. A lot of people have cost to listen in or to comment. And I just wondered if the callers and Zoom callers can go first, because they may not be like me and have all-distance calling. It's just a thought and something you might think about. And I thank you so very much. And again, never, ever let the meetings go away from being televised on channel, on city TV. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hello, my name is Bernard, and I am a Fullerton resident. This council majority are making a mockery of our redistricting process. You three appointed your friends and largest donors to this so-called advisory committee, including Tony Bushala, who has a political action committee. What a sham. Only 2 women and not one single Korean or AAPI. Councilmember Jung, you keep sinking lower and lower. Truly shameful. Go Bruins.
Do we have any further speakers registered?
Those are all the ones I have registered, so we can, seeing no one else rushing to the microphone in chambers, we can switch over to Zoom.
Sure.
Yes, I am on that screen. And if you're on Zoom, raise your hand in the app and we will call you to talk. Jane Reifer, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, hello, good evening, Mayor and Council members. I would like to pull the 3 Goodman Logistics consent calendar items, but right now I can't locate their numbers. Is that okay to do, even though I don't know which numbers on the agenda?
Sure, you can proceed.
Thank you. So when the consent when those items come up, then I'll speak about them then. That was my intention. In other words, to pull these items from the consent.
Okay, then you'll have to identify them, certainly.
Okay. Well, then, let's see. Then they will be numbers.
All right, there's been a suggestion. You could just go ahead and comment on it now, if you wish. Because nothing has been pulled at this point.
11, 12, and 14.
Well, if she's pulling them, she'll have to speak then. Right. Well,
I would like there to just be a little bit discussion. We're apparently getting a number of changes and things regarding Goodman Logistics, and I'd just like to understand them a little better. I think this is a project that is impacting our city fairly strongly, and that we can do better when working with them to to have better outcomes for the city.
So again, those numbers were 11, 12, and what was the third one?
14.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, are they all related to Goodman or just 12? Because 12 is the only one that talks about the Goodman Logistics Center. So
Right.
I believe only 12. But.
No, they are all related. That would be item number 11, which is Kimberly Avenue, Acacia to State College water main replacement on the north border of that project. 14 is Orangethorpe Avenue water mains replacement on the south border of that project. And also number 12 is an actually direct agreement with them for modifying their public benefits.
Okay, we have those recorded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jacob Britton. Let me get my mouse in the right spot, and you should be able to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, council members. I am Jacob Britton, a law student at the University of California, Irvine, and I am commenting to respectfully urge you to use state grant funds to purchase a property of the Navigation Center homeless shelter in Fullerton as soon as possible. As you are probably aware, now that current funds for the shelter have been exhausted, its residents are being transferred to other shelters outside Fullerton. Many of them have ties to Fullerton, and this change can only be disruptive to their already precarious living conditions. I understand that you may have not been previously informed of the lapse in funding, and that Councilman Zara wishes to investigate the matter further. This is the right call, but purchasing the Navigation Center with the $4 million state grant and applying American Rescue Plan Act funding to the building's operation is the best long-term solution to ensure this disruption is only a minor one and that similar problems do not occur in the future. Given your previous unanimous support for the Navigation Center, I trust you'll make the right call. Thank you.
And we have no other hands raised in Zoom.
Okay. And before we make a motion on consent items, item number 5, we weren't able to reach some kind of a...
No, if there's a desire to consider some other language, then we would need to continue this item and then bring that back.
I think I'd like to do that. Either just pull it from this agenda, and we could look to re-agendize it.
That's correct.
Okay. So number 5 will be removed from this evening's discussion. And with that, I would accept a motion on the balance of the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make that motion, sir.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Jung, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap. And a roll call.
Councilmember Jung?
Aye.
Councilmember Silva?
yes.
Councilmember Zara?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap?
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
So we are now at item number 11 on the consent calendar. Can't make it out. Oh, okay. I can't hear people when they're talking through masks sometimes. Meg McGuade is here to address item number 11.
Yeah, these are all kind of related. What's the quickest way for us to get through these? Can we, there's a lot on the agenda, a lot of people here to speak on a number of items. This was kind of pulled on a whim by a member of the public. Are we able to consolidate, maybe get general?
Each of these will have to create an answer on it, and then I'll have to open for public comment on each of these 3 items.
Okay.
There's no way around that.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to answer questions on item 11 or give a brief update on what it is, either one.
Yeah, explain.
Okay. So I'll do a 30-second version.
Unless you want to have the caller just do a Q&A.
I'll defer to you, Mayor, on how you would like it.
Since we don't know the magnitude of concerns with this, I don't know if we can reach the caller again.
Well, we are going to do public comment on this item. So
We will.
Yeah, so we can, she has her hand raised, so we'll do her public comment now.
Okay, gotcha. So we'll seek public comments on this item, on item number 11, which was a consent item. If there's anyone who wishes to speak to this, I see none in chamber.
Jane Reifer, you should be able to
Yes, hello
unmute.
again. And, I apologize. This was not meant to be pulled on a whim. I pulled them together because they all relate to the same property, and it's a significant, it's going to be a significant business in our time. It's on a 60-acre plot, and I had a nice conversation with Director McWade earlier today, and also acting city engineer Wiesk, and I understand a little bit more, but I wanted to see if we can discuss maybe the two items that pertain to the water main replacements together, and just understand a little bit better how this came to be, and what we can do to make sure that applicants pay their fair share if we're finding out that putting roads in somewhat tends to cause water main breaks. I'm not sure if I'm understanding that quite right, but if it tends to cause water main breaks or it tends to impact that in some way, maybe there should be a little bit more effort at cost sharing. I'm sure that'll happen in the future, of course. And then do I wait to talk about the other item, which is the agreements with Goodman? That's separate, isn't it?
I'll have to ask for public comment on each item.
Okay.
Is the difficulty there, so we should
Then
take them in order. Yes.
Okay, then I'll just remain with this one. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just interject real quick, I think since this item is pulled, and for the sake of folks watching who may not have paid attention to this, I'd really ask for a 30-second brief on what this is that we're talking about.
Sure.
Certainly. Mayor and City Council members, basically what the items are related to the water main replacement is we do have a Goodman project currently underway. As part of the Goodman project and as part of the development agreement within the Goodman project, we requested that Goodman reconstruct the entire roadway along Orangethorpe from State College to Acacia, much beyond what normal nexus is for a developer, as well as required them to replace the roadway along Kimberly, also from State College to Acacia. More recently, as you all are aware, we do have a significant need within our water infrastructure. We have roughly half of our pipelines that need replacement now. In the past, we have prioritized water line replacement money by where the leaks were. More recently, we know that after we construct projects, we are having failures on those pipelines that never had leaks before. So given that Goodman is coming through and replacing Orangethorpe, a street that requires major reconstruction, we have reprioritized water line replacement money to these projects so that once they replace the pavement, we're not going to have a water main failure on a major thoroughfare.
And we won't have to cut up new pavement.
And pay increasing costs for replacing all of that pavement. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So that being the case, does our caller have any follow-up on that?
All right, I'll move the item.
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. We'll take a roll call vote.
And real quick, Mrs. Mayor, is this also the same, Ms. McWay, for number 14, right? The
yes,
same,
sir. The
okay.
Orangethorpe? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
All right, item number 12. An agreement with GLC Fullerton LLC for Industrial Logistics Center at 2001 East Orangethorpe Avenue. Goodman Logistics Center, Fullerton, to modify developer's category of public benefits associated with the project. Again.
Okay. So this relates to the development agreement, and within the development agreement there were certain categories of basically contribution that the developer was providing. Some was for a water line related to our Well 2 site, and some was for an antenna, potentially if an antenna is needed for that same well site. The water line, because of COVID and material cost increases and basic project cost increases that have happened since we negotiated this agreement, the cost for the water line replacement is significantly more. So what this agreement is going to do, it's going to redirect the antenna money to the water line replacement money, join it together. So effectively, the contribution from Goodman stays the same, but the categories are different. There's a second piece of this, which is on Orangethorpe. As the construction began, it was discovered that sewer manholes, city-owned sewer manholes, are made of brick. And so they also, similar to the water line and the need for replacement, that exists with the sewer brick manholes. And so we have recommended that they lower the contribution for the signal they were going to make for the cost of those manholes for them to effectuate that repair and replacement right now. So the overall benefit from Goodman stays the same, but the city can effectuate both the manhole replacement as well as the water line replacement.
Okay, and so it's just being allocated differently now.
Yes, sir.
Anyone wishing to speak to this item? I would invite public comment. Seeing none in chamber?
We have Jane Reifer.
Sure.
I see your hand up, and you should be able to unmute.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the little place we're supposed to click on. Okay, great. This was similar. I had just wanted to understand it more, and I did have a nice conversation that expanded what I know about it now. But I was just found it curious that it wasn't included, since it pertained to several items in the development agreement, that it wasn't included in the development agreement. I just found that odd. Thank you.
Okay. Any other Zoom calls? All right. Then
I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, and who had the second?
I'll second. That's fine.
Okay. And roll call vote.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Unanimously passes.
Item number 14. Orangethorpe Avenue, Acacia Avenue to State College Boulevard water main replacement. Now, we've spoken some about this. Is there anything additional?
No, sir.
Okay. And we would invite public comment to this item. And I see none in chamber.
And Jane Reifer, you should be ready to unmute again.
Okay, I can say I can be heard.
Yes.
Great, and no longer necessary since we discussed it on the other one. Thank you. I hope that I've been as brief as possible on these. Thank you for your patience with this.
Okay, thank you.
I'll move the item.
And I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded, so we'll have a roll call vote on that.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
So we are now at item number 15, which is the Hub Student-Oriented Housing Development Project located at 2601, 2701, and 2751 East Chapman Avenue.
Good evening, Mayor Whitaker, Heather Allen, the city's planning manager. So as you stated, this project is located at the 26 and 2700 blocks of East Chapman. I can do this. The site that we're talking about this evening spans the entirety of the north side of Chapman Avenue between Commonwealth on the west and the southbound 57 off-ramp on the east. It's within a quarter mile of the entrance to Cal State Fullerton off of Nutwood. The project includes a student-oriented housing project, as well as just over 12,000 square feet of neighborhood-serving commercial on the ground floor, located at the Commonwealth and Chapman intersection and an adjoining public paseo. You see some images of the public paseo on the bottom right. The units are a mix of micro, studio, 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units, including townhomes, to provide a variety of units to meet the need of the various students and faculty. Just do a quick trip around the building. So these are the elevations on the south portion, south-facing portion on the western section. So this shows your commercial storefront on the bottom with the residential units above. Moving clockwise around the site, so this would be your Commonwealth elevation, the north-facing elevation, and the freeway-facing elevation. We'll talk a little bit more about these when we get to the site plan. And then this would be the eastern portion of the building as it faces Chapman. That's the more residential and non-commercial section. The project has paid a lot of detail, particularly on the pedestrian scale of this building. You can see the materials really accent the ground plane. They change materials as you move up to the upper levels, and you have some commercial storefront images highlight the pedestrian experience that you'll see walking around this site. They've really drawn inspiration from both the site and the surroundings. This is an institutional context for the properties to the north. So they've chosen a number of materials commensurate with those styles for their design. So this was considered by the Planning Commission in September. The Planning Commission recommended approval in a vote of 3-2. So the applicant is bringing forward both the original project and an alternative project for the council's consideration this evening. So the original project is 420 units with 338 parking spaces for the residential component. That's a 0.8 space per unit ratio or a 0.27 space per bed ratio. Largely, the comments coming out of Planning Commission were with respect to parking. So the alternative project loses approximately 10% of the units, 11% of the beds, and is able to then increase substantially the parking, 1.45 per unit and 0.49 per bed is the alternative project. So we'll walk through both of those, and the resolutions before you this evening give you the option to consider either. So on the screen before you is the site plan. So this is essentially the aerial view of the project looking at the ground floor. This is essentially kind of a two-part design. The main entry for vehicles is off of the Chapman frontage, and that's shown at the green arrow in the middle of the screen. There's a secondary access off of Commonwealth that runs essentially east-west for emergency vehicles and deliveries to the commercial spaces. The commercial spaces are located at your corner of Commonwealth and Chapman. Moving easterly, you have the ground floor amenities for the residents, and then further east on Chapman, you have residential units. On the ground floor, you also have residential units that take access from your secondary drive. So the main changes to accomplish the additional parking and the reduced units are reflected by extending the parking structure westerly. So you can see essentially comparing the project on the top and the alternative project on the bottom. The alternative project extends the parking structure to the west and then removes the units in its place. And that's carried forward at all of the levels of the project, including through the roof deck, which retains the pool and the associated open space, but again expands the parking structure west in lieu of providing the units. So the project applications, the first to be considered is a major site plan. The project uses a combination of the R5 standards and specific plan standards. So the standards that you see on the screen are those that are the same between the project and the alternative project. The height is consistent with the R5 zone, as is the lot coverage. The setbacks are per the specific plan, but are generally consistent, as are the public street setbacks coming from the specific plan. Looking at the original project, you can see a combination of using specific plan standards as well as project-specific standards. On the parking side, the original parking rate was derived from other projects that the developer has across the country, and the commercial rate is an infill rate that the city has in municipal code as well. The alternative project, because it does reduce units, it reduces the floor area ratio of the project. The open space that's required becomes reduced, and then the parking is increased to the 1.4 space for the residential units. The commercial spaces are unchanged, as the commercial square footage is unchanged. The second application is a subdivision. The property is currently under 2 owners and 3 parcels. So the tentative parcel map would consolidate the 3 properties into 1 lot. The third application is a general plan revision. As you can see from the exhibit on the screen, the surrounding properties, which are all residential in nature, including some neighborhood serving commercial, all have a general plan of high density residential. And the project, consistent with the student housing project to the west, proposes to change the general plan designation from office to high-density residential, which includes attached dwellings with limited neighborhood serving as appropriate land uses. The density established with the general plan is over 28 dwelling units per acre, and this request is consistent The next application is a zoning amendment, again, like the student housing project to the west, proposing to change from office professional to specific plan. Specific plan is a consistent zoning designation with any community development type. So we are then looking to adopt a specific plan, which would be the governing regulatory document instead of the city's zoning code. The regulatory document as a specific plan is authorized by the government code, and it includes development plan and regulations, urban design standards, and a discussion of infrastructure, public services, and implementation. Importantly, the specific plan with respect to regulations identifies permitted uses. So the only permitted uses under the specific plan are the student-oriented housing with supported amenities, including a management office and parking. On the commercial side, it's eating establishments, food and beverage stores, other local serving retail trade schools that would be appropriate for the location in the educational area. Importantly, uses with alcohol would be subject to the existing processes that the city has for either an AREP or CUP. It also does provide that a licensed childcare facility could occupy one of the retail spaces also with a conditional use permit. To ensure that the project is constructed with quality materials and the designs that you see, the specific plan also describes a number of urban design parameters and identifies more specifically the materials and the architectural theme that would be employed. The site is located in the focus area for education. The general plan did identify a number of areas for future change and growth. Education focus area is one of these. So this project is really the southern boundary of the focus area, the intent of which is to provide a college town atmosphere for the neighborhood to the north and east. So the project did require an environmental analysis under the California Environmental Quality Act called CEQA. CEQA provides a number of topics that we need to cover. Those are displayed on the screen. We did that analysis and published it for public review in a document called the Initial Study Mitigated Negative Declaration. The city is a lead agency and responsible for the content of that document. In looking at all of the factors on the screen, all of them were either no impact or less than significant, except for air quality with respect to construction and geology and soils. We have therefore included some typical mitigation measures that you see for these areas for low VOC paints, as well as Tier 4 off-road construction equipment on the air quality side. And for geology and soils, it includes compliance with the geotechnical investigation. This was released for a 20-day public review period. During that time, we received comments from AQMD, OCTA, Caltrans, as far as agency commenters. All of those comments were reviewed and responses provided to the commenters as well as part of your packet. And none of those comments resulted in any new information, no need to recirculate the mitigated negative declaration or prepare an environmental impact report. Importantly, with the applicant's proposed alternative project, we reviewed that versus the analysis, and that also does not result in any new or substantially greater impacts. So the conclusions of the mitigated negative declaration are similar. So I wanted to touch briefly on some of the comments we've received from the public in between the Planning Commission and the City Council meeting this evening. With respect to traffic, so a traffic study was prepared for the project in compliance with the city's transportation assessment policies and procedures, effectively called the TAP. This was adopted in June of 2020 by the council in response to new requirements for how the city evaluates traffic impacts. We continue to provide an analysis for level of service, but instead of being looked at as a CEQA environmental impact, it's looked at for general plan consistency with our goals and policies with respect to the city's circulation systems. We identify consistency to determine if there is effect on transportation. The traffic study is scoped and approved by the city traffic engineer. Neither the project nor the alternative project have any effects on transportation. So none of the thresholds identified in the TAP were met by the project. The project will continue, as any project does, to pay traffic impact fees for a multiple unit project. The current rate is $195 per unit, and its project is conditioned to modify Chapman to facilitate the restricted turning movement out of the Chapman driveway, which is a no left out. As far as water and sewer, the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan was recently reviewed and adopted by the city. It forecasts water availability through 2024. It looks at normal, single dry, multiple dry year scenarios. So it may seem odd that we're approving housing when we're in a drought, but importantly, the Urban Water Management Plan did consider drought scenarios. Importantly, it also looked at the city's housing allocation of over 13,000 housing units, and this project would fall in under that. Therefore, the water resources are sufficient to serve the project. We also looked at sewer versus the 2009 Sewer Master Plan, which it looks at the hydraulic capacity of downstream infrastructure and considers projections for flow through 2035, looking at both dry and wet weather flows, and the project would have increases but not trigger any capacity deficiencies. So also some discussions on density and what's appropriate, and I wanted just to touch on this a bit, particularly when we're talking about a student-oriented housing project. Density is really a function of how the units are grouped. So looking at the numbers on the screen, the project again has a mix of micro studios, 1, 2, and 3, 4 bedroom units. The project has 420. The alternative project has 377. So the density, just taking those as is just under 120 dwelling units per acre. But if you took all of the small micro units, the 1s and 2s and 3s, group them into a 4, you basically cut your density in half. So the building doesn't change. It's really a grouping of the units and how each room is grouped. There was also some comments that I saw on setbacks and the questions on how these were justified. The project was designed following the setbacks of the University House project across the street. So this is a comparison. University House has 8-foot sidewalks within the street right-of-way, 10-foot sidewalks through a public access easement on site. Similarly, the hub uses that 8-foot sidewalk and either improves it with a sidewalk or a landscape buffer, depending on where you are around the project, and then has a 12-foot sidewalk on site. The only real difference is this eastern area of the site, just coming off of the southbound off-ramp, that does have a 6-foot sidewalk versus a 10-foot sidewalk further down Commonwealth, but 6 foot would essentially then increase moving west across the site. So with that, you have 4 resolutions and 2 ordinances. You can take these at your pleasure. You have a resolution to adopt the Mitigated Negative Declaration and corresponding mitigation monitoring and reporting program. The resolution for the major site plan. When you consider this, you have 2 options. So the first is your project of 420 units and 338 residential spaces. The second is the alternative project of 377 units and 548 residential spaces. The commercial is the same in both, just over 12,000 square feet, so no difference there. The third resolution is your subdivision. Fourth resolution is the general plan revision. And then you have 2 ordinances to introduce. The first would be for the zoning amendment, and the second would be for the specific plan. And because the specific plan does set the regulations for the site, you would take the corresponding options to the project or alternative project to set the parking rate. Each resolution and ordinance has its respective conditions of approval and findings, but to highlight a few key items, this does provide a higher density student-oriented multi-family housing project with a wide mix of unit types addressing the need for housing for the increasing student population as well as faculty. It does provide retail space at the Chapman-Commonwealth intersection, serving as a key gateway to the university, mirroring the ground floor commercial space to the west at the University House project, which is also done through a specific plan, SPD zoning. And it's consistent with the education focus area as well as numerous goals and policies throughout the general plan. That concludes my presentation.
This is a public hearing item, but prior to opening the public hearing, are there questions of Ms. Allen?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I do have a couple of questions. Just, I know you mentioned the specific plan. I know I got some emails about the general plan and how this may not be consistent with that. Could you just elaborate a little bit about this, especially on setback and on density?
Certainly. I'll have Greg put the presentation back up, which I closed by accident. So I think the one question that I saw was respect to the education focus area and whether or not that set a density cap. I think the couple key, and I'll try not to close myself out of this again, couple of key points with that is that the education focus area does identify density, although it does state that a specific plan could determine a density other than that specified. I believe the cap that was specified was 80 unless there's a specific plan. And I think that's really why I presented this slide. So I think it's really a function of because they're not combining the ones, the twos, the threes into 4-bedroom units, you get a density of upwards of 110, 120 dwelling units per acre. But if you group those units differently, you have the identical project with half the density.
I see. And then the other question is on the parking. There are two options that were presented. Is there a reason why these two options were not presented at the Planning Commission and they're coming to us now?
Certainly. Well, I'll let the applicant speak to that. I think the first version of the project that the applicant came forward with was their intended proposal. The numbers and rates that they proposed are within their portfolio of over 30 projects nationwide. Staff was comfortable with those numbers. The applicant, I think, was in response to hearing the comments of the public and the commission, brought forward an option, which they feel that they can provide as well. But I would defer the specifics to the applicant.
Okay, and I'd love to hear that a little bit. But the other thing is there any affordable options in this?
There are not deed-restricted affordable options, but the unit mix, the project rents per bed, and then with the mix of studio, micro, ones and twos, you have a lot of options that people can pick their price point. I think another area to consider is by providing more student housing, it allows houses in the neighborhood to convert back to rental homes. Rather than student housing. So you begin to kind of increase the rental stock, which could be naturally occurring affordable in that area as well.
And last question is on the bike lane. I know there's a bike lane that goes all the way up to the campus, but it seems it doesn't go all the way through. Is there a specific reason why it doesn't go all the way through? It seems like it stops at some point.
Certainly. I think Dave Roseman, our city traffic engineer, is on Zoom and will be responding to that question.
And that's it for now. I do have some follow-up, but I'd love to hear
Would you like Dave to respond?
Yeah.
Yes, the bike lane on Commonwealth goes all the way up just to the intersection where Commonwealth ends at Nutwood, and so it breaks into two directions. Vehicles can't go forward, but if you were on a bike and you wanted to go into campus, you could go on the curb lane and then go through the crosswalk with pedestrians to enter the campus. Or you could take the sidewalk and do the same thing. So there is access to campus from Commonwealth.
And just a follow-up on that same topic, the three lanes, right? Two of them turn right, one of them turn left. How is
There's actually 4 lanes.
4, okay.
There's 4 lanes, 2 left, 2 right.
So if I'm going, because one of the things when I spoke to the developers, they were emphasizing student housing, having the students use the bike to go to a campus. But this seems like it's going to be not an ordeal, but a challenge. And when that bridge is built over the intersection that the Cal State's trying to build, how is that going to impact the bicycle use, I guess? And is there a way to have a easier way to cross if you're on a bike to get on campus?
I think the best time to work on that project is when they work on that final design of that bridge to determine maybe we don't need to have 4 lanes at the intersection. Maybe we can get away with 3 and fit a bike lane into Commonwealth to end at the intersection. Or how do we have people that are on Commonwealth access that bridge? We don't know those facts at this point.
So right now, before the bridge, if I'm going north on my bike, I have to stop at the intersection, use the crosswalk, and walk it across on the eastern side of that intersection, correct? Or do I have to go to the western side of that intersection?
No, you can go on the eastern side of the intersection. You could actually pedal through the crosswalk. You don't have to actually walk it.
Okay. Because that is a concern, because typically as a cyclist, you're at least when I was riding, you're taught to use the main lane and go with the flow of traffic and not get onto the crosswalk and run over pedestrians. So I mean, it's just a small issue, but it seems it doesn't, it goes against the idea of students being able to ride their bike to campus in an easy way. So hopefully we can figure something out there. Thank you, Mayor.
I had a question, because it's a little unusual in my experience that I know the Planning Commission did approve the first option on this, but they never had an opportunity to contemplate the alternative project. Is that correct?
Correct. We didn't take the alternative project back because basically the view of the project, the kind of the main components of the project doesn't change. The access points are the same, the architecture is the same. The only thing that changes is essentially the parking structure that's wrapped increases, and then some interior units decrease. So we continued and brought both options forward to the council.
And this was proposed by the developer, right?
The alternative, yes.
Okay.
Actually, I have some questions. Well,
sure.
Just a couple questions. So, can you outline? I know part of their math behind the parking was related to, I think a project they have near Michigan State University, and maybe some others. But I was curious. That kind of piqued my interest. Can you talk about any of the concessions that they're receiving? Perhaps outline those, for us. It might be, different or extraordinary in relation to what a normal, project coming forward would.
Certainly. Let me go back to these comparison slides. Certainly. So when we look at a specific plan, the intent of a specific plan is when there is kind of a mix of uses or something unique that we're trying to accomplish that can't be otherwise accomplished. One of the reasons we looked to do a specific plan on this site was the other student housing project across the way use a specific plan as well. So the most relevant standard that the city has is the R5, which is the high density residential. So these standards, what you see on the screen, are the same between the project and alternative project. So on the setbacks to the public street, the R5 standard would have 15. The project proposes 12 on the major arterials. And again, that was similar, if not greater, than what University House proposed. There's also interior setbacks. The R5 standards generally have them tiering versus straight up. So these would be the setbacks to the property line on the north. The project does utilize the specific plan standard here, although generally on most but the upper floors meets or exceeds what's in the R5. The height is consistent with the R5 standards, as is lot coverage. And again, this is the same for the project or the alternative project. On the project side, there is no floor area requirement in R5. The project proposes a 3.12 in their specific plan as a metric. Again, there is none in the R5. R5 is an unlimited density zone. So again, there's a standard in the specific plan, but there is none in the R5, capped at the 120 dwelling units per acre. Open space, the R5 standard has a total of just over 83,000 square feet required between common and private. The project proposes just over 72 between common and private. Majority, a larger proportion is in common, which you would expect with this type of project. The project then obviously is proposing a parking rate specific to the student housing use. The alternative project, again, has a floor area ratio pursuant to the specific plan. It is a lower floor area ratio. Density is lower as well, 106 dwelling units per acre. Open space, the project open space doesn't change, but again, the specific plan and standard remains the one that's used versus the R5, and then the specific plan standard has the parking rate.
So one other question on the topic of parking. Am I understanding correctly that they intend to charge for those parking spaces that are included in that parking minimum?
Correct. And they can speak to this a little bit further, but they're unbundling parking. So not every unit would automatically be rented with a space. So someone would have to choose to bring a car and then pay to keep the car in the structure.
So how does that relate to other apartment buildings or apartment communities with the Fullerton Municipal Code? I mean, because generally it's my understanding you can't charge for parking that would be included within a minimum. It would have to exceed the minimum in order to charge for it. Because the idea would then be that people are, of course, not parking on site. They're parking in neighborhoods nearby or other properties nearby, not on site.
Sure. I think nothing else comes to mind. That's not to say that there aren't other projects that unbundle. Nothing's coming to mind.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on that question,
Sure.
if the renters bring their own car and they don't want to pay for that parking, can they park on Commonwealth from Chapman to the college? Is there overnight parking there? No.
No, and many of the resident neighborhoods are also permit parking only, so there is not the ability to overflow.
Okay, so this would in essence be an increase in their rent if they wanted to bring a car there.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we can open the public hearing on this and ask the applicant to come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Rob Bach, a Development Director with Core Spaces. We're the applicant and developer of the project. Heather, thanks so much for the thorough introduction, and I appreciate all the comments or questions already. Hopefully I can address some of them as I get into our presentation. But with the limited time, I only have 3 minutes here, so we'll try to focus in on those questions and really on the alternate proposal. But we do have our full design team here this evening to answer any other questions on design or site planning or how we got to there. But ultimately, when we presented at Plan Commission, the plan we put forth, Heather kind of hit it on the head. We originally contemplated our parking ratio based off of originally from a lot of our other properties around the nation. We've developed in almost 20 cities across the nation, but we know that every place is unique. So when we came to Fullerton, we did focus groups, we did surveys of the student population to understand who really had cars, and that's why we put forth the ratio we originally did. And as Heather mentioned, it was supported by staff, so we got really far along in the process with that design. But ultimately, we got to Plan Commission, and we got a vote of approval, but it was 3 of 2, and we're striving for 5 of 5. We want to put forth a proposal here that our new home here in Fullerton is welcoming and is a great success for the community and for our project ourselves. So ultimately, over the past month or so following the commission, we did some additional studies out at University House. That really is the house or the building just to the west of us, one of the closest comparable products, similar distance. We had anecdotally heard how overparked they were. That project was approved in 2013, but we went out and did some counts, and their occupancy in their parking garage ranges anywhere from 40% up to low 70s. And so when we really saw those, we took a hard look at our plan. We heard the concerns of the community. I think there's a middle ground in there, and we try to nail on what is that right number. And I think Heather mentioned the unbundling. I think that's one of the biggest components of it. So it's a parking principle that we use across the nation. A lot of other municipalities that we work in actually push it upon us because it incentivizes people not to bring cars. If your car parking space is included in your rent, why wouldn't you bring a car? You're going to house it. But if you charge someone for it, they're going to make an economic decision, and they're going to think about it. It's like, well, maybe I don't need one. Maybe there's other opportunities out there. And so we kind of put it upon ourselves, and it's our ethos as a firm to really promote walkability. And this is the best location for walkability to where everyone needs to be. You're a 5-minute walk to campus. Like, that's what everyone should be doing. So, that's what we think. That's why we put our original proposal forth. But we want to come back with, this revised proposal, which drops down the density. That was one of the concerns we heard, as well as increases that parking ratio to 50%, which we feel is really will be a successful project. It'll really kind of solidify this proposal, and we're happy to have it in front of you this evening. So with that, I'll kind of pause and happy to answer any questions.
Actually, one question, just because you touched on a percentage. You said how many parking spaces are in the University House structure across the street? Do you know the total?
Yeah, so they're got a little over 1,100 beds, so they're parked pretty much one space per bed. So it's called 1,100 for round numbers.
Okay. So one space per bed. Okay, so 1,100 parking spaces. You say they're about 70% occupied, or 70%
at their absolute max,
sure,
which is 1 hour of the day, right?
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
I guess just to hit on that point as well, though, is if you look at any of the parking manuals, I don't have my parking consultant here this evening, but just unbundling parking alone with our plethora of bike parking, it's right out of the manual, that's a 30% reduction from whether it's the code minimum or from what you're actually seeing. So that's why the 30% reduction from 70% is why we're at 50%.
Councilmember Jung.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a concern that studies have shown that attempts to restrict parking or charge for parking failed to minimize students from driving. In fact, these studies find that bicycle use actually declined second, third year of students being on campus. It just was not enough to change driving behavior. So I do have a concern about the parking. Would you be kind enough as to let us know, or let me know in particular, that is there a possibility of increasing those numbers, even from your alternative project, which has a significant more amount of parking than your initial project did? Mm-hmm. Is that a possibility? Because even with the proximity of the campus so close by, I'm not sure that equals less car dependency. And quite frankly, unbundling parking effectively passes a tax on to students that own a vehicle. So I'm not sure I'm really a big proponent of that, but I'm willing to explore that. Just if there is if you could answer that for me, if there's an opportunity to increase the parking.
Well, I guess a few different things. Like kind of where you started is, does bicycle use, walkability, does that deter people from driving their car? Absolutely. In our parking garages, we're building car storage generally. And on your point, because literally our cars leave our lots on average one time a week a lot of times. People are not using them on a daily basis because they realize they don't need them, and people aren't bringing them to campus. And with the advent of Uber Eats, like DoorDash, all these places that are delivering groceries, that's probably the one concern people have a car for, is going out and using those. They're not using those. And on your point of taxing someone who has a car, but it's the same thing as if we unbundle it, you're taxing people who don't have a car. And so they're essentially paying more in rent than if they don't. So you're subsidizing car usership for folks that do. So you can kind of look at it both ways on that. But I think what we put forward, I think is absolutely justified. I'm happy to continue that dialogue. But if the answer was it's a denial, if we can't increase pricing, we can continue to look at it. But I think what we put forth is absolutely justifiable and is the right approach for this project. The more parking you build, the less units we can do, and rents generally go up. So,
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, or go ahead.
Councilman Zara first. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. I had some of the concerns on that, and actually, I had the same question on parking. So thank you for being open-minded on that. I want to shift a little bit to the design and landscaping.
Sure.
So I know that the design is you're looking at something more urban, contemporary design, but we've had these discussions before, as far as adding more landscaping and more green in an area that is very now sort of just looks like a concrete jungle in a sense. Because as we add development, especially in areas with density, we're losing a lot of this green. And is there other ways in the design to incorporate a little bit more of the landscape, a little bit more of the green designs? I know you were creative enough to do that on the parking lot by adding some plants there and in some of the I guess the windows of the parking lot. Is that something that's possibly could be done? Because again, we've got residents who are going to be looking at this. It's the entrance to our city.
Absolutely.
And it's something that we should all be also. And I think more green will help mitigate some of the air quality because it is close to the freeway as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know if we have our landscape plan up there, but I'm happy to kind of walk through. It's a much improved streetscape from what's out there today, right? Because if you're walking down that, it's essentially sidewalk or street, curb, sidewalk, and then it goes into some landscaping in the building. So you're walking along Chapman, which is a busy street, and we really wanted to flip that on its head and create a park space. It creates a buffer to our residential, as well as expanding that streetscape and putting a lot more greenery than what's out there today. So it will be incredibly improved from where it's at. And then even when we set back the storefront at our retail as well as the amenity area, we're filling that to create a different additional space at the streetscape level. We're filling a lot of that with additional greenery. So we can definitely look at opportunities to add more than what we currently have in the proposal. I think we've kind of put the max out there that's really appropriate from a design perspective. Our landscape architects spend a lot of time thinking about the experiences of moving along the streetscape, but we're happy to look at and see if there's opportunities to increase that. Because kind of the one area where we have expanded hardscapes, the west side, because we do have the bus stop there, and so there's little challenges around that. But that might be an area at the corner where we can figure out areas to add more. Maybe it's adding planters, to help soften those edges.
And then thank you. And the other question would be on outreach. Public outreach. I know you've done some. To what extent have you done your outreach? I know we talked about this, but I just wanted to again for the record here to learn a little bit about your process.
Yeah. So we did the kind of formal filings and letters that went out to the surrounding areas, a certain radius that all goes out to, and ultimately we reached out to and addressed any letters that came in, and we also didn't get very many, unfortunately. But any letters that have since come in since public hearings, had a number of offline conversations with different concerned community members, and we've been trying to, whether it's phone calls or emails, been able to address different concerns along the way.
And what was the response from the concerned residents that called you? I mean, were they able to sort of be positive about some of the maybe changes that you were going to make? Yeah. Were they convinced about some of the things that you did?
Absolutely. I believe so. I didn't, I guess I didn't ask directly, but I think there was a lot of excitement about that there is an alternative proposed design, because those are the two issues we really were hearing was density and parking, and I think this revised proposal really shows how we listened and applied that feedback and put forth a revised design. So
okay, I appreciate that. I do have another question, but it's for staff, so I'll. Okay. But thank you.
Thank you.
And then just a couple on that landscape. Are you putting trees up against the parking structure between the freeway and the structure? Is there a plan for some trees there? Because that may add to some of the greenery.
We would love to, but that. And our architects here would probably give you a little better, but essentially that's also the egress path from. We only have 10 feet, and so it's all it was all planned with the Fullerton Fire Department and police access. Okay. So I don't know if there's opportunity for that or not, but we have implemented that greenery up onto the parking structure. Yeah, but
I remember you had those planters on the structure. Yeah. Okay, that's just a thought. And the second question, if in fact the more students do walk and ride their bikes, can we work to see how we can, because there's a plan to put a bridge on Nutwood and Commonwealth someday. But if this gets done before that, can we work to see how we can, maybe you can help us how to make it easier for cyclists to get to campus, because I'm just thinking about it again. Something easier, safer, and safety in mind, to have them almost roll onto campus and not have to get off, walk their bike across. I mean, I know you have to do that sometimes, but that would be something I would see if you can work with staff and come up with an idea. And if the bridge goes up before you're done, then we can do something else.
Yeah, we would be happy to continue to discuss that with staff and see how we can provide some ideas. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, we will invite public comment to this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
so anybody who'd like to speak on this item, line up on the north wall, and whoever's closest can come to the microphone and get started.
I did already. Is he needing to? Yeah. I did.
Sorry, the microphone needs to
Or other microphone.
It's
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. All right, never spoke from this microphone, but I'll give it a shot. My name's Cameron Irons. I'm actually the property owner. I'm here with one of my partners. We bought this building about 15 years ago, and we planned from day one that it would be student housing. We had thought we'd maybe develop it, but over time, as we got a little older and got approached by a really qualified developer, we looked at their projects, felt like they'd probably be more qualified than us, so we went ahead with them. A little history, this actually was part of College Town, which never went through. I thought that was probably the way to do it, do a larger specific plan and plan the whole area. However, the neighbors didn't want to do the larger plan, so the alternative was to come back with an individual plan years later. So that's where we are. The building is an older, what we call woody walk-up. It doesn't have any elevators. It's not ADA compliant. It's not energy compliant. I mean, the building's pretty much functionally obsolete. So some future use is going to be on this property besides an old wooden office building. So that said, I mean, I can't imagine what else you'd put other than student housing. One of the things that I think I've seen in my many years of being on planning commissions and being here for different projects is there's a tendency to want to reduce projects to make them less impactful, but we only get one bite at the apple on a piece of property this large, this close to campus. And Cal State Fullerton's growth plan over the next 5 to 10 years is pretty significant. So if we don't build the project on this site that's the maximum we can build for the maximum number of students, we're going to run out of sites, and that's going to be our bigger issue. And when it's on campus like this, less kids from Tustin or other parts of Orange County or even Fullerton drive to campus because they live there. I have a kid in college, and they ride scooters. So, I think freeing up some more housing stock within the city by creating more on-campus housing is a good thing. The more people that are living on campus and can walk to the many amenities, you've got grocery, you've got coffee, you've got food, everything within walking distance. There's no reason you have to even have a car. I manage apartments and other buildings for a living. I could tell you just today I was up in Los Angeles on a 100-unit building, and we're unbundling parking. The reason we're unbundling is that residents store cars and give spaces to their friends to store cars. And we go through our parking garage, and our parking garage is full of cars with cobwebs on them and that kind of thing because it's free. So now we charge $100. We actually charge $100 less rent and then charge $100 for parking, same dollar amount. But the people who don't have a car have no incentive to sell their space to the neighbor or some friend to park their junk car in there. So I do agree. I think if you pay for parking and don't provide a lot of parking, especially on campus, people will just leave it at home at their parents' house or wherever it is. There's no reason to have it there.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Jeff Koskela. I want to preface my comments by saying that everybody, from the most visible people in the city down to what we consider mundane workers have just done an excellent job over these last couple of years, almost 2 years now dealing with this COVID. I've had a lot of interaction with people at different levels, and I'm very happy about it. So now I can start with my complaining. You know, I hope we're not engaging in wishful thinking here as far as the car use. I realize at my age, my days at Cal State Fullerton are long gone as far as my relevance in some ways. But I was not one of those people who was able to go to work and not worry about school, or go to school and not worry about going to work. Obviously, there was no remote working 40 years ago. But it would seem to me, unless all these people come in there and have parents who are going to fork it over, they're going to have a lot of bills just with ordinarily going to college, let alone their rental bills. And they're not all going to be able to work remotely. And so I think we might be looking at wishful thinking that these people won't need cars. Certainly getting to the campus, that's not a problem. If that's all people do is go to the campus, they can walk, they can ride a bike, that's all great. The other thing I'm concerned about is the surrounding gridlock that we already have on Chapman Avenue. If you're headed west and you survive the gauntlet at Chapman and Placentia Avenue, then you're going to come to a lot of traffic as we try to get in and out of these units here, whether it's delivery vehicles, Uber, Lyft, whatever is coming in there. And people get on applications, Waze and whatnot, and that tends to flood the nearby streets. There's an awful lot of kids walking and biking back and forth on Nutwood Avenue, for instance, right now, at great peril. Their parents are afraid to have them get out there because people take that as an alternative to Chapman because Chapman is already extremely busy. We went through this whole thing with College Town a few years ago, and we had a study of the traffic impact at Chapman and State College, and they said, well, won't be any problem. It's already an F. So if you're already failing, why not fail some more? And that's what I'm afraid could happen here. I think Plan B is an effort to try to mitigate the impact, but I think it's a recognition by the developer already that perhaps more could be done. I understand the right of a person to develop and to make money on their property, and they're entitled to do that. I just don't want to pay for the cost myself if this thing doesn't work out the way we're thinking about it. Obviously, you don't make any money on parking spaces, so you want to get as many rental units as you can. I've seen these efforts here that we're talking about tonight to try to come up with creative ways to generate money out of the parking. I just hope we're not doing wishful thinking here.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is James Dunsmore. I'm a Fullerton resident and a member of People for Housing, which is an Orange County-based nonprofit that works to support housing in our communities. And I'm here to support the project. And I think there are really three benefits for our city and for the existing residents like myself. First, this project will help reduce the housing crisis here in Fullerton. Because of the lack of housing at the university, I think they only have about housing for 5% of their students on campus. Many students live off campus and rent houses that could otherwise be used to house Fullerton families. And providing student-oriented housing within walking distance of the campus can help free up other housing in our community for people who need it. I think the project will also help reduce traffic congestion because of the lack of housing today. So many students have to drive to campus, and by providing housing within walking distance and biking distance, those students who are driving today can instead live close and walk in the future. And thirdly, I think there's going to be economic benefits for our city. You know, one of the benefits of hosting a university is having students and faculty and people come here and spend money here, patronize local businesses. And today, those tax dollars, those businesses, you know, that's driving away as people go to other cities to live. So having people stay here in our community is a great benefit for our taxes and for our businesses. And with regard to the parking issue, you know, I think that it really makes sense to provide a lower amount of parking for students. Many students don't own cars. Many can't afford to own cars. They have other options to get to campus, to get to jobs that are in walking distance, or they can take a bus. And charging everyone for parking within their rent is just a tax on students who don't need a car. So it makes sense to allow students who aren't using that parking in the building to not have to pay for it. We need housing for people in our community, not cars, and so let's not require more parking for cars than developers or than the future residents are going to need. And finally, I'll just close by saying, you know, In Fullerton, we're proud to say that we're the education community, but to be an education community, we have to provide places for people to live when they come to learn here. And I think this is a great project for our community, for the students, and for Fullerton families. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Noah Youb. I'm a college student, and I'm here to support the proposed student housing project at Hub Fullerton. Rent in this city is unaffordable for college students like me, and with tuition already taking up a sizable portion of our budgets, many of us end up having to commute to campus. That unfortunately means spending a good chunk of our time every day commuting round trip just to attend classes. Once we finish our classes for the day, many of us don't have the time to attend after-school activities or socialize with other students because of the restrictions our commutes put on us. Who has time to stick around to chat with a classmate or attend a school activity after class when you have a 2-hour drive just to get home? I certainly don't, and that's a problem. Approximately 40,000 students attend Cal State Fullerton, and most get to campus by commuting. That's a lot of cars going in and out of the city every day, contributing heavily to traffic congestion. But it also means that students like myself who commute don't get to fully explore and experience our campus or the city. We don't get the opportunity to make connections with the community and decide if we want to become members ourselves after we graduate. If more affordable housing is available for students like me, it would benefit everyone in Fullerton. Having more students reside in Fullerton means fewer cars on the road. The proposed project is said to provide an estimated 1,251 beds over 420 units, and you should support that proposal over the alternative one, and because that could be over 1,200 cars no longer needing to be used to commute from surrounding cities. But aside from relieving traffic congestion, I think another important benefit to providing more housing options for students is that it grants us the ability to explore our college community and the city of Fullerton, to attend a lecture, go to a play, and socialize not only with other students but members of the larger community. Those interactions are critical because they can help us determine our path beyond college, including whether we may want to become residents of Fullerton once we graduate. I urge you to approve this project. We need to work together to reduce the cost of housing to students, and the only way to do that is to build more housing. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Janet Whitehead, and I live in College Park. I'm a homeowner and have been there for 21 years now. I think that the traffic issue is not being well addressed. And it's the same as I heard when College Town was brought up. Because Placentia Avenue is in Placentia, they don't look at the traffic issue there. I have Placentia, Chapman, and Commonwealth to get anywhere. And there are no markets, and we talked about this at College Town before. What we residents that I feel are being ignored need are grocery stores. And these people that are going to live in these units, where are they going to shop? They're not going to be shopping in the beverage and food store on a daily basis. They have Smart and Final, that's it. There's no places to go. And when they talk about all the amenities in that area, that's not true. There aren't a lot of amenities in that area. I've lived there, as I said, for 21 years. I have to go to Yorba Linda Boulevard, and where are the students going? They're going to downtown Fullerton. How are they going to get there? They're all going to Uber? I don't think so. The traffic is horrendous already. If I get off the 57 freeway at Chapman, it's already backed up from Placentia. Then they're going to be backed up after they go under 57 to turn into this unit. You can't even get up to Commonwealth to turn left because the kids are all coming out of the school. So none of those things are even being addressed. And when they talked about looking at the parking in University House, which is now a light, not University House, they don't even say what is the capacity of tenants do they have. It could be only 70% full because they didn't address that. They just said they're 70% of the parking. Well, how many is it full? And as far as the commercial, nothing stayed in there. Ogie's has been empty for what, 2 years now? So what kind of commercial is going to be in this building, and how are the residents, the homeowners in that area going to utilize those commercial establishments? Because there's nothing for us now, and the things we do need aren't being addressed and added to the community. I can't imagine the traffic that this is going to cause. And when parking is already in front of my house.
Good evening, council members, Mayor. Maureen Milton, 53 years, resident here in Fullerton. And you see standing in front of you someone so mad I could spit. I am just so angry at so many of the developers that have come in and presented their things in this town. And the main thing is commercial, commercial, commercial. You are denying, and I mean denying, a place for the mobilely challenged to live. We are supposed to have thousands of extra of homes in this town by a certain time, and with empty commercial space that sits empty for years could be used as homes for the mobilely challenged and the handicapped. I just get so angry. Why do developers hate us? And they do hate us. They never, ever, ever have mentioned we have so many units for the mobilely challenged. They will be on the ground floor for easy exit and entrance. And also, whoever said you could get on campus in 5 minutes, I'd like to know who decided that, because I worked in the Norton Simon building, which is now the communications building at Cal State. I worked there for 8 years. I took classes across the street. I walked because my car was parked in the parking lot. It was so easy. But I didn't get over there in 10 minutes, and I was normal then. I wasn't a broken down old broad like I am now. So please give up all this commercial because you're taking away space. And so many of the spaces, as I say, last for years. I was at a meeting here, and I talked to some gentlemen out in the lobby, and they said, San Diego, you see nothing but commercial development in downtown San Diego. Empty, empty, empty. And that's what it is. And we have so much empty now, unfortunately, due to COVID. I'd much rather see it full, but it isn't. So please, why don't you get some developers that think handicapped and disabled? I would really appreciate it, because it needs to be, it's not only going to be kids that are living there, people, adults, children. It could change not overnight, but over time. So please look into the development of using the ground floor for the mobilely challenged. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sean Payton. I'm a Fullerton resident. A couple comments. First of all, I would say that the alternate plan is better, but I still don't think it's adequate. Now, the representative was talking about the housing that's nearby. There's UC student housing, and then there's the other one, which I've got here up on my phone, but I'm having trouble pulling the image for some reason. But I went to both of those apartment complexes that are right next to the proposed hub property, and he is correct. It's about 70% capacity. The time I went was Sunday at about 6 p.m. 5 p.m. No, it was 5 p.m. because it was still broad daylight. That's not when you're going to get your full capacity. You're going to get your full capacity because you've still got a fair number of college kids that are out and about doing their business. So if it's 70% at 5 p.m. on a Sunday, it's going to be higher than that. But even if it's just 70% of the tenants that are living there, that's 1,180 is what they said under the reduced amount. 70% of that is 800 parking spaces. They're still 250 short. And to comment on what some of the college students here have been saying about the need for housing, I understand that and I could sympathize with that. I went to Loyola Law School and I did an hour-and-a-half commute to get there, and it was a pain and I hated it. So I get where they're coming from. But if we build something that is not adequately parked, we're not just doing a disservice to the people who live here, the residents. We're doing a disservice to the students as well, because once they move in and then they have to deal with the lack of parking, they want to get an internship that they have to turn down because they don't have enough, they need a car to get there. They're going to need a car. They're going to need a car for groceries. They're going to need a car for dates. They're going to need a car for socializing. They need a car to go to downtown. They're going to need a car. And the lack of a place to put that car is going to cause problems. You know, when we had the renters, this was about 3 years ago. Now, Bruce, you were on the council at the time. Jesus, you were as well. There was several weeks where we had people showing up that were renters in areas with overnight parking bans, most of the city, that were complaining about how difficult it is for their lives. If we build this without adequate parking, we force the city into us versus them fight where nobody's going to be happy and somebody is going to be upset with the situation. The better approach is to tell the developer, you can build, but you need to provide the adequate parking for the people that are going to live there so that we can, we get along. We don't have this fight over the spaces that are up along Chapman. We don't have pressure. And I understand there's no overnight parking right now, but there's going to be 1,000 people living in that place that are going to be pressuring you as constituents to have more streets opened up in Chapman Park to allow them to park because they're going to need a car because this is what Southern California is like. So I think option 2 is better, but I think both need improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Jane Sylvester. I've lived here a long time. I have a house in Chapman Park. I didn't know about this development for a long time. So you talk about your outreach. I have a house over there, and I didn't ever get anything, except that I read it on the council on the internet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known anything about it. And I have a house over there. And when they did the College Town, they did the traffic study. The intersection there at the 57 in Chapman was an F. It was not able to be fixed. They wanted to take out the divider, put a wall in front of the people, use the suicide lane for something else because there wasn't enough for the cars. Coming off the freeway, there's no way those cars are going to come off the freeway and turn in on Chapman before Commonwealth without a lot of accidents. It's a nightmare there. At certain times of the day, it's backed up from Placentia all the way to Harbor, bumper to bumper, the whole way. And the parking in the Chapman Park was really bad until we got some permits for the streets. But I don't understand if you're building 4-bedroom units and you're only giving it like 1.4. Even if they wanted to pay for 4 car spaces, where are they going to park? It doesn't make sense. You don't make sense. And it just doesn't make sense. And this is for the, you're here to do for the people. This thing isn't for the people. I mean, it might help the college have some stuff over there, but I don't, it's too big without enough parking. How's that? It's not right. They need to look at some of the studies that were done how many years ago for College Town for the intersections right there. It's brutal. And there is no bus or train to get you where you need to go if you don't have a car. Our transportation system sucks. You can't walk out and catch a bus and go very many places. It doesn't work here. So you need more parking spots. They need cars, and they will have them. So I think you're creating a nightmare if you go forward the way it is. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, City Council. My name is Jenny Matty, Fullerton City resident. I live off of Associated Road, so I'm right there in this area. So I just wanted to kind of echo what my constituents have been saying. The gentleman was saying before. So to preface this, I work at a high school as a college and career readiness specialist, and I talk to students all day long about college, Cal State Fullerton particularly, because that's our pledge feeder school. And with all due respect, the apartment that you are trying to create without parking is just not realistic for the life that people live right now currently and the students that are going to be enrolling in there. 70% of college students are working while they're enrolled in college. Okay, and a lot of the times they're not working in the same cities that they are living in. I live in Fullerton and I work in Cypress. And you're going to find that all over. They're going to work in Anaheim. They're going to work in different places within Orange County. They need cars, and people come to Fullerton because they love the area. They love to go to Big Bear on the weekends. They want to go down to the beach. They want to pay for college, which is extremely expensive on their own, and they're going to need some form of transportation. Don't get me wrong. I would love to see us all go more green and not have cars and us to be very walkable, but that's just not the reality that we're living in right now. So these people will bring cars. It's inevitable. They will bring cars. So where will they park those cars are the bigger issue that we have here, right? So that's going into the communities that are around us. And students get creative. We will find little nooks and crannies to park our car because we're already paying $15,000 in tuition. So to add another $300 or $150 in parking for a month while your rent mine is $2,200 for a 2-bedroom apartment, and we get one parking spot. Like, that's already crazy as it is. So adding this extra toll on already stressed out students is not the quality of life that we want to breed in our community. So I strongly recommend that if you guys are going to create this housing, which is great, create a system where these students can actually afford to live here and bring a car and work in our communities and support themselves, because they're not going to be able to do it by just saying that, oh, they're going to walk everywhere. Like, that's great, but that's not realistic. I wish we were like that, but that's not what's going to happen. They need to pay for their housing, their books, their expenses outside, and that's going to come with working on a regular basis and taking your car and going to these places. So all I can ask of you guys is to just support a housing that offers parking. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Rocio Lopez here, and I would also like to comment on this project. Everybody's coming with new projects and new developments, but we are forgetting to include rather than exclude our elder people. Because once we're going to be there, and what are they going to do with us? Where are you going to be going and living? And not thinking of the displaced people to the disabled. What are you going to do with them? Where are you going to put them? Because you're thinking about fun and going out and have a beer and grab a snack too. But where are all these people that are going to go after they grow up also, when they get older? What are we doing with them? Where are you going to put them? And what is this project so ambitious to just have houses and not parking spots? That's always the major situation in every apartment complex or schools. It's always crowded with traffic and no parking spots at all. So you guys need to really come up with a plan that really helps everyone and includes rather than exclude our elderly, because we're going there too. I'm going there, so I don't know if you're going to stay young forever, because I don't think anybody will, right? So think about those. We don't need more businesses. We don't need more alcoholic stores or nightclubs. We don't need more fun. We already have enough, and it to be regulated too. All the fun needs to be regulated too. It's not only fun and opening spaces. It's also about caring for the ones that we have right now here with us. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Boris Gressley, and I'm here on behalf of the Carpenters Contractors Cooperation Committee. We are a nonprofit organization committed to the creation of good-paying jobs, fair competition, and high-quality construction industry standards. Formed in 1987, we have collaborated with local, state, and federal civil and criminal law enforcement agencies to crack down on unlawful business practices that hurt responsible contractors, workers, and communities. As the city prepares to take action on the proposed project tonight, we hope to illuminate the city about the realities facing construction workers here in Fullerton. In our day-to-day, we come across daily examples of worker abuse and see the emotional and financial toll it takes on them and their families. We see workers being paid for a unit of production, usually by the square foot or the number of dwelling units rather than an hourly rate. We see workers sharing and dividing checks among themselves in order to pay labor traffickers a kickback. We see workers having to deal with bounced checks or a lack of rest or meal breaks. These unlawful activities threaten the construction industry and have a negative impact on us all. A new UC Berkeley study, The Public Cost of Low-Wage Jobs in Construction in the California's construction industry, has noted that a significant number of workers are vulnerable to wage theft, misclassification, and incomplete access to health care benefits.
Sir, I hate to interrupt you, but we're speaking to this particular project. You're going the very long way around the barn on this, but
no, I understand. I'm just
something specific to this project would be helpful.
We're neither supportive or opposed to the project, but we just hope that the city council, the developer, and the general contractor, Melinda White, look at possible safeguards to protect workers who are going to be building this project. I understand that it has nothing to do with the action tonight, but it is something for the city to take into consideration. So thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you.
If you have anyone else that would like to speak on this item, please make your way towards the microphone so we don't accidentally cut off before you get there, since we don't know you want to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Scott Hess, longtime Fullerton resident. First, I want to let you know my recent experiences with various city staff. It's been a very positive experience. In particular, working with the planning staff has been excellent. Now, I'm not opposed to student housing, but both of these proposed market rate housing projects for students presented this evening should be denied. I don't think the Planning Commission did an adequate job in analyzing the issues or looking at the long-term effects this project can have in Fullerton. It was a 3-2 vote, and since that commission meeting, one of the commissioners has stepped down who voted for the project, so it would be helpful to go back to them. The narrowness of the site causes residential density and design challenges that reaffirm the Fullerton's plan of recommending a density of 60 dwelling units per acre. It's in the education focus plan, or equating to 220 units for the site, not 420 or 372. I understand staff's rationale for the density calculation, but this new approach should be vetted out by council and the public and applicable to all future high-density residential projects, not created to justify higher density for this developer and the property owners. And the fact that the applicant is trying to increase the recommended density causes for many deviations to the typical R5 zoning standards that are rewritten into the proposed specific plan carved out just for this particular site. For example, a 67% reduction on required on-site residential parking, and the alternative plan still is a 47% reduction in required parking. It also is creating a 20% reduction in minimum building setback from public streets, 53% reduction in minimum private open space areas for the tenants. When you compare these concessions with the University House, you can't just compare the street setback. It would be helpful if a matrix showed the University House development standards, because this project doesn't compare in height with the University House. It doesn't compare with the parking. University House has more parking. Also, the University House has upper story setbacks. This proposal is straight up at the corners. There should at least be some tiered setbacks of the corners, southwest and southeast corner of this site. As one of the council members mentioned, as you enter the city on Chapman Avenue from the east, that's the first major building you're going to see. And that side of the building looks like an industrial building. It should have some upper story tiered setbacks on both corners, the southeast and southwest, similar to Amplify Development and University House. Additionally, since the city's in the process of updating its housing element, any further actions on general plan amendments should at least wait until the housing element and Fullerton plan get updated. With all this said, I'll try to wrap this up. Increase the set. If you're going to approve it tonight, I'd recommend continuing it and direct the applicant to redesign and address these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Hess.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Curtis Campbell. I'm an activist for the homeless and for the veterans. I just want to say yes. I like what I heard about the project. I think it's a wonderful, idea. And I say this because I was a real estate broker for 14 years, so I had a lot of experience with housing. So I think it's a great project. I'll share this with you. Also, I was a OCTA bus driver for 14 years. I drove mostly the Harbor 43 bus, which connects with the 26 bus, which goes to Commonwealth to Cal State University of Fullerton. So I'm very, very familiar, with the students and what they would want. Also, the OCTA buses that go by there are the 26 bus, the 57 bus, and I think it's a couple other buses. But these buses are always full with students going to and from the campus. Number 3 on my list is Cal State Fullerton. I'm going to share this with you. They offered free OCTA bus passes, and what it was they, make a long story short, they were only giving like 3,000 students the bus pass. They have 40,000 students on campus. So me being an activist, I kind of got a change there. Not exactly what we wanted, but they changed it and was letting the students ride now for, I think, $100 per semester. Students really want to ride to public transportation to and from school. Long Beach, I'm sure it's true. Long Beach City College, today, they don't have housing there. So they're letting 100 of their, they're letting 15 right now, but they have 100 homeless students. So they're letting them stay in this parking lot. It's safe parking for Long Beach. They started a safe parking program today. It was on all over the news. So these parking spaces where they park could have been housing, actually. But the thing is, we put more emphasis towards parking than we do housing. We're never going to get rid of homelessness and get our monthly payments low if we keep thinking about parking. So I just want to share that with you. Also, again, I lived in Chicago where transportation was all over the place, and OCTA wants to run more buses through that direction. As a matter of fact, in Santa Ana, they have the streetcar. And they want to run a streetcar here. So you can't say that we really, really need the cars. What we really need is OCTA streetcar. We haven't talked with OCTA. We know that that's a busy area, and we know that this will work. So, again, I approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Greg Guimont, 65-year resident of the city of Fullerton. This is going to go fast, so if you got a clean sheet of paper, I got lots to cover. First off, Rob, thank you for taking my phone call on the 28th. About 3 weeks ago, I talked to Heather. She explained the project to me. I called her back on the 28th, wanted to know who the developer was and who the contact person was. Took a little bit to get that information out of her. I called Rob immediately. He turned around, texted me back, "Can I call you tomorrow?" I said, "No, I'm here today." This is about 20 minutes. He turned around, called me back. We talked. It's when he kind of said, well, there's going to be an alternative plan. We went back and forth on that until I could get that information. Now, in talking with him, he said Heather had contacted him that I was going to be contacting him. Now that's a question mark for me. Why is the city employee contacting the developer? That's for you guys to figure out. That's within this building. Okay, here we go. The largest development is in Blacksburg, Virginia. It's 1,530 beds with 479 units. They've got 3 developments that are to be done in California. There's one small one by the Coliseum. There's another one they're going to do at SC. Berkeley is under planning, and this one. So this is the second largest that they've built. Commercial space. Let's look at commercial space. You've got Augie's that's out. You've got the Peru restaurant that's the 4th building there. You got Jersey Mike's who didn't make it. You got another empty space there on Chapman. You got people double parking on Chapman to use the ATM. You put 12,000 square feet of commercial in there. He said it was going to be casual dining. The parking structure is on the other side of the property, up by the freeway on the northeast side. People aren't going to park to go walk to 12,000 square feet. Look at Commonwealth, north of Commonwealth North and east of or west of Lemon. You've got empty spaces there. Same type of plan. Heather talked about the tap number. Now I would ask you to ask them, was that tap number based on the parking of 338 or of the 548 regarding traffic flow information? Because if it's based on a lesser number, maybe it goes to 548 and there's an issue. Using Rob's 30% in the book, it's $875 for the larger project, parking spaces needed. It's $775 for the smaller project needed. Insurance, I'm sure they're going to insure the building. Here's what I want. I'd like them to re-engineer the parking structure in such a manner that if parking is an issue, from the ground up, they can add 2 stories of parking. That's insurance to the city of Fullerton, because none of you will be on city council when the issue happens. And you know what? Mr. Irons has his right to sell his property, make his profit, and do what he wants. But we need an insurance policy on this so that we have parking in such a manner that if they have to build it, they can. They don't have to go out.
Thank you, Mr. Emott.
Thank you.
I see no more speakers in chamber.
We have hands raised in Zoom if you're ready.
Okay.
Jane Rands, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, thanks, Lucinda. I have a few questions on the unbundled parking. Will there be a parking management plan, some way to assure the residents in the community that the students won't be owning cars and parking elsewhere? There was a mention or response to Councilmember Zara's question about affordability in this project. And the response was there's affordability. I would just like to know what the price points are for that affordability. It can be ranges. Give us kind of an idea. If you don't want to give actual numbers, you can give it in the same terms that are used in our RENA regional housing assessment numbers based on percentage of median income. That would be fine. And then thirdly, there was quite a bit of conversation about the truth of the ability to actively transport oneself by bicycle through from that project and the impacts of that project on cyclists in the area, as well as a number of benefits that were pointed out that the developer would be receiving in being allowed to exceed, say, our highest standard of R5 under the specific plan, as well as, reductions in setback and such, that I think the city could ask for some active transportation improvements funded by the developer. As well, I think it's a great opportunity to reassess some much needed work to improve the intersection that was being discussed at Nutwood and Commonwealth for accessibility for cyclists. I know myself from riding through there with a group when we would do our Ride of Silence ride. It was very confusing for people who aren't trained to take their lane and sometimes having to violate, which is essentially what you have to do. You have to violate the traffic rules that are marked in the street to be able to get on campus. So sounds like there's some council members that are interested in making those, looking at those improvements. And I'd love to see that come to active transportation to take on some of the opportunity to make some of those improvements and provide for students to truly be able to ride their bikes on campus or to other locations. Thank you so much.
Jane Reifer, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you, and good evening again, Mayor and Council members. I'm hoping that you will not approve this project as is, that we can go back and do a little bit more study on it in these four main areas. The parking concession that the developer is asking for, it actually, it really had me scratching my head. We've mentioned that it's based on numbers in other cities, and it says right here in the facts that you could possibly approve tonight that the proposed residential parking rate is based on the portfolio of 32 housing projects across the United States. And I'm just beside myself thinking that when we have a Fullerton Municipal Code and we have requirements, that they're boldly asking for standards for areas that are outside of Fullerton. I think we have to respect our own standards. Now, if they would like a parking concession, I noticed that the other developers recently are committing to 5% very low income affordability. And I don't understand why this developer would want to get the same parking concessions based on other states without doing what developers are being asked to do in order to achieve those concessions. I also would like to know pricing on affordability to see, because one of the goals in the consistency analysis for this project says to facilitate infill development to encourage the construction of residential development affordable to extremely low, very low, low and moderate income households. So I just don't see that happening in this project, and I would like to. Also, I wanted to mention on another note, completely different, this project is about 166 feet away from a freeway. And so there are health issues. Now, this project wasn't required to do environmental study on it, but the College Town project noted that this very spot was in their planning area 5, and they did do what they call a health risk assessment that showed that the numbers, the amount of pollutants will cause cancers and be above the threshold for clean air quality. So even though it's not required, I've sent a letter in and it shows what the developer can apply to the building. It's 4 very simple techniques that they can use to prevent health outcomes from the local pollutants. Just lastly, I want to say with the parking, I would like to see the traffic analysis changed. Since they're now having more traffic, I did notice that I think there needs to be a new traffic study. It can be simple. I did notice that there were some thresholds that we weren't over in the LOS, that there was just a difference of 0.4 seconds. I'd like to see what the new numbers indicate has changed and see if there are some traffic mitigations that the developer should do. There were certainly traffic mitigations proposed when it was the College Town project. Also, this project is basing some of their existing conditions. Since it wasn't fair to do it during COVID, they're basing it on the College Town 2014 traffic counts. And I'm concerned that makes it so that
that's your 3 minutes.
Opening, just let me say that the opening year compared with the 2024 year doesn't have the, it seems like it doesn't have the an accurate number because it's based.
I'm sorry, but your time
thank
is
you very much.
concluded.
Sorry, I got tripped over my words. Thank you.
Okay, and our last hand raised is Andrew Mealing. I apologize if I mispronounced your last name, but you should be able to unmute.
You nailed it the first time, actually.
Oh, well, there you go.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Andrew Melling. I'm a representative with the Southwest Carpenters, representing roughly 5,000 carpenters in Orange County. Out of those 5,000, approximately 400 of them and their families live in the city of Fullerton. The Southwest Carpenters would like to support this project if the city of Fullerton implements a skilled and trained workforce and local hire component to the project, like the component on the hub project that Core Spaces is currently building up at UCLA. If a skilled and trained workforce and local hire component is implemented to the project, our members that live in and around Fullerton would be able to work on the project instead of having to drive up to LA or out to the IE for good paying construction jobs. Thank you.
And we have no more hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, we are in a position to ask the applicant whether he wants to respond to some of the issues that have been brought up by the public speakers. Is that? Sure, no requirement here, but it's strictly up to you.
Are there any in particular that you'd like me to address? Or that the council would like me to address?
Sure, go ahead.
I can go ahead. I know there was the couple of questions I thought were interesting that were not addressed, like the issue of the mobility challenged and also the issue of the local hire component. I'd like to maybe see what you could elaborate on that a little bit. And the third one would be if you could answer a little bit about the pricing, more specific on the pricing.
Mm-hmm. To start with the mobility challenged, I do have my architecture team here if you want to get specifics on it, but the building will meet all of the ADA codes that are put upon it, so the building will be fully compliant to the most contemporary codes that are established in Fullerton. So we will be fully compliant with what code says. On the second one was the local hiring. We'd have to understand more details. To be able to comment on it further. And then on the pricing side, so it is market rate project. So I think a great comp would be if you went on a Light's website right now and understand what their rents are. We actually have a wider range of unit types, which able to get a lot of different price points on our beds. So and even have some more unique types that can actually drive that price down even lower. But as everyone knows, as you add more supply into a market, that brings pricing down. So I think generally, hope that answers your questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions,
Mr. Mayor? Yeah, there was a comment in about setback on the corners tearing the building, because I was looking at it when the gentleman mentioned that, and it does look like just this box, right? Mm-hmm. Is there a way to do that, to set it back maybe so it's not so the top floors don't come right out to the sidewalk, if you will?
Yeah. So I mean, the challenge is obviously the construction type. So as you can step back in wood, it creates a lot of challenges as you step back, and how plumbing and bedrooms work. So that's why we do kind of go straight up. It's the most efficient way to build, and it's also able to get the units that we have. So everything stacks, all of our units stack. So it's really just the most efficient way to build. That's why we have proposed it that way. We can look at ways of potentially softening those edges, but kind of building it out as we have, we really wanted to focus on the streetscape. So that's why at the ground floor that setback is so grand, and really creates that. So you're never going to really perceive the building as it's happening above you, but you perceive what's happening at the streetscape level. And I think that's really the main thing to focus on.
Okay, yeah, it'd be great if you can take a look at, just because again when that was mentioned, I kept looking at the pictures, and it is just one 90-degree angle going up. So. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, if we can do something about that, I think that'd be great, just to give it more a better look. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions of the applicant at this stage?
I think there was one question, Mr. Mayor, relative to whether there'll be a parking management plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one, I don't know if one has been discussed with us and staff. I think the way that the question was posed was parking management relative to the community, which wouldn't necessarily be. But we're happy to put something together relative to our building. Just would I need to understand the details and what we would need to do for that.
I can augment that, yes. So the project is conditioned to have a parking management plan in place for our review prior to occupancy, and then with the provision that we relook at it every year. So if something's not working, we've got the ability to address before new school year starts.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question for Heather,
Sure.
if I may.
Yeah, I think we're finished with questions of the applicant, and I do have a question as well, but go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about, ask about the public benefits. I know sometimes there are, I know this is not a development agreement, so, but sometimes there are public benefits from such developments. I know there's park dwelling fees and impact fees and so on. Could you just give a little brief on what those are and how they would be used?
Certainly. So the project has the standard conditions for frontage improvements. So pavement rehabilitation, street trees, street light upgrades, sidewalks, et cetera. In terms of the fees, the project does pay traffic impact fees. As I mentioned, there's about $195 per unit. More substantial is the park dwelling fee, which is over $12,000 a unit. So depending on which option, you're looking about $4.5 or $5 million coming to the city in park dwelling fees. Park dwelling fees per the municipal code are handled citywide through the capital improvement project approval process. So that would be something that they would kind of go into the citywide pot, and then you would budget them and allocate them through the annual CIP process.
And these impact fees, though, aren't they supposed to be used? I know we've had some of these discussions on some other projects. Aren't they supposed to be used in the areas in which they are impacting?
No, the ordinance is pretty specific that it's a citywide fee that's collected.
Right. Yeah, and the what about the traffic impact fees? Because there's certainly going to be, or at least concerns of traffic impact there. What sort of mitigation actions can we take using these funds?
Meg, did you want to talk a little bit just in general about how traffic impact fees are used?
So often these fees are used and they're gathered together for signal synchronization projects and improvement of general signals. We have identified throughout the city signals that are deficient. I don't recall if this is one of the ones that are on them, but it's actually a prioritized list of capital projects, and this money is used to fund those.
And do we know in that particular that intersection or that entrance to the city on Chapman, is there anything that can be done? I know it might be beyond the scope of this particular project, but is there something that can be done there or looked at because there seems to be traffic anyway, right?
I would say that we can definitely look at it, yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
I had a couple questions of staff. Many of the speakers were concerned about the very near proximity to the 57 freeway and on and off ramps. And one of the callers asserted that we're relying on traffic counts from 2014. And I just wanted that on the record, what the answer is.
Sure, I would defer to Dave on Zoom.
The traffic study used traffic numbers from 2019, just prior to the pandemic. September.
Okay, thank you. I wanted that on the record. Any other questions of staff at this point? I'm seeing none. So who would like to begin deliberations on the council here?
I'll start, Mr. Mayor. I would like to.
Oh. I'm sorry. Allow me to close the public hearing.
All right. Thank you. Yes. No. I think we do need some additional housing, but I am a bit concerned with the bicycle transportation or riding up to the college. I know there's only a small number of cyclists that will use that, but I am concerned a bit about that. So the developers did make a commitment to look at that and hopefully make it easier to ride your bike up to the college. And the other part, where are my notes? I just had them. Well, oh yeah, the other part was originally the parking, but the alternate, I would be supportive of the alternate plan where we do increase the parking amounts and lower the units. So, but I think it's a good idea, and I'm hoping that the applicant's correct, that we're going to take students of residential homes and move them into student housing and open up some of these homes and houses for, I guess, families and non-students. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's one thing, when looking at a project like this, there are obviously a lot of opinions, and a lot of people are for it and make really great points, and a lot of people are against it and also have concerns that are really valid concerns because they live in those neighborhoods and it's their daily life. I know I've gotten so many calls and try to address so many issues in that neighborhood as far as parking and the impact of parking. So those are real day-to-day concerns that happen. Then we have also the state that is mandating that we build housing, and our allocation numbers are over 13,000 units of housing over the next 8 years. So we are obligated to do something on that, and then also considering the shortage of housing and the student needs and the expansion of Cal State. So there are a lot of pros and cons here going on. So how do we achieve a balance? I do appreciate the developer listening to the community concerns about parking and expanding on with a second option. I thought that was a good gesture and showed some good faith there. But there still are some issues for me that I hope that could be addressed, such as the issue of the bike lane. I think that's still a little bit of a concern. I think it might be addressed. I would like for the developer to explore options of contractors that potentially could have some local hire component. We do have a lot of local construction workers who would benefit from these jobs. And then there's the issue of the design, whether the setback or this and that. I think those probably are going to be difficult to achieve. And then expanding parking, adding more parking. I don't know if that's even if it's possible. Would lose more units. Is this 500 or option B? Is that the middle ground? I really don't know. But I think I would like to explore that option and have further discussions. Another maybe round of discussion with the developer and staff to see if this is to explore at least these options, whether they pencil out or not. I would hate to cancel a project because we pushed so much that we ended up outpricing the developer, and the whole thing collapses. And the property owners definitely deserve the right to develop on their own property. I would be interested in maybe continuing this item to go over some of these issues and then bringing it back for another session.
Yes, I'll go next.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
It's interesting. I think I was actually able to reflect on this project based on some of the feedback and correspondence that I had received from neighbors in the community. Actually, it occurred to me because I think one of the concerns or complaints that was made was in relation to the height of this proposed building being 6 stories. And I recall think it was across the street where University House is now, that at one point, there's really a kind of an unsightly concrete block with gold trim building. There's actually 7 stories, that was the former Hope University building. Before that, of course, was bulldozed in conjunction with that project, right? So having said that, I think, really for me, I think, and it's my own opinion as somebody who was on the Planning Commission, actually my first Planning Commission hearing was the College Town plan. Went till I think 1 o'clock in the morning, and made me wonder what I had signed up for. But I think in the process and through pretty much hundreds of comments, it received a lot of similar feedback related to traffic, related to heights and densities and other things. And so, I think as I look at this site, look, I'm generally supportive of the plan to build the student housing there. For me, the issue is really all about parking. I think when you look at the project and some of the comments that were made with respect to, I think the project in Michigan State, and elsewhere across the country. I mean, real estate's local, and the trends are local, as is, I think, the kind of the enrollment and the makeup of the student population at Cal State Fullerton. It's largely a commuter population, and so I think this is not something that's going to go away. And really in car-dependent, Southern California, I would offer, I think like some of the speakers, I went to UCLA. I lived on campus. I'd worked several jobs, and in addition to paying for that for where I lived, I paid for parking. But my friends that didn't want to pay for parking, parked 15 minutes away on Veteran, which is a street, like I said, 15 minutes away, that they would either walk or get picked up by another friend to drop them off at their apartment. And so, I want to be really mindful of the potential impact, whether it's direct or indirect, on the neighborhoods around there, because I absolutely think that will happen. But having said that, I think my other critique or criticism would be not so much about this project as it would be the process. I have to admit, I was surprised that it got through the Planning Commission in one hearing. I actually expected, that it would probably that it would be held, that there would be feedback and criticism taken into account. Maybe it would have been retooled or adjusted, and then it would come forward. And then maybe after that second hearing, it would have been brought to us at council, potentially being approved on a first hearing. So having said that, I think it's just really important now. We've heard the continued feedback. I think now been able to provide the applicant some additional direction. So I'd like to say that, hey, we send this back to the Planning Commission and maybe button things up, and then they can bring it back here, and we see what it looks like at that point in time. And really the last thing that I'd offer is that I do know, I think, was it Mr. Guimont pointed out that they're completing projects in Berkeley and USC. So that's actually nice that they'll be able to have a legitimate university in California to call home now, assuming they actually come forward and complete this project. So, anyway, so that would be my feedback, my recommendation. We send it back to the Planning Commission. They work things out with some of the parking and perhaps some of the other considerations shared by fellow council members, and that we revisit this after it's been further vetted.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
If we continue it, does it have to go back to the Planning Commission, or can they work with staff and then bring it back to us, or is it either or either?
You can do either. Either way. You could go either way, whether you want to send it back or not. Depends on the degree of change and so forth that you're looking for, the number of issues you want to have addressed.
Okay. Councilmember Jung.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly want to thank the developer. I think their alternate plan, again, like other council members here have expressed this evening, really is a testament to their capacity to listen to feedback, listen to our community and the concerns of our residents. As a father of a student who's actively going to Cal State Fullerton, I would say anything that references student housing within a walking distance of that facility is a positive for me. I just don't think we're there. I think it's slightly incomplete, and I would like to see this either continued or, again, go back to Planning Commission and we see it in a more complete sense. Right now, especially that the developer was kind enough as to be mindful and offer this alternative project. I think we can get to a place that's beneficial for everybody, particularly the residents of Fullerton and the students of that university. And I look forward to seeing your great project at the wonderful USC.
Just for the record, that's kind of contradictory. I think USC and wonderful don't really go together.
Well, I want to say that I appreciate everyone who came out to speak tonight, both pro and con, on this project. This is now an effort to work toward what was envisioned in the College Town project back then, but I guess by installment method now is really what we're looking at. As a pretty avid cyclist myself, I wish that more people would avail themselves of that option rather than automobiles. But unfortunately, we keep seeing that sometimes rosy projections about people using mass transit, which we have a very large deficiency of here as compared to other areas, or walking or using their bicycle. Very often those rosy projections don't really materialize. And so that's why I listened to some of the objectors with concerns, because we've felt many repercussions in the past from spillover parking from Cal State University Fullerton, even despite the university's efforts to add more parking structures on campus. That has still persisted to the extent where in a very large radius now we have restricted parking to residents only in all these neighborhoods adjacent to that. So I think this does seem a little bit quick to me as well in terms of the long-term ramifications of the decision that we'd make here this evening. And I share also with the council members' comments about being surprised that it sailed through the Planning Commission so rapidly, and particularly when the developer in this case is willing to step back and take a look at it again and say maybe there does need to be a little bit of tweaking on this to make it palatable. So what we have at this stage is we have Council Member Zara that was talking about continuing this item. Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap was suggesting back to the Planning Commission for refinement. Councilmember Jung echoed that to some extent, saying that it seemed a little incomplete at this stage. And I think that it's always important to be able to count to 3 on this. So what I would do at this stage is try to determine whether a council member wants to look into one of those options or whether we press for a vote on this evening.
Yeah, I'd move to send it back to the Planning Commission. I would just clarify, to the developer who's here tonight, and I think also to the community, this is not something that, this is not a negative in that sense. I think there are some issues to work through related to, to parking. You work through those at the Planning Commission level, bring it back, and I think it'll be a different story potentially. So that's what I'd suggest, and that's the motion I've made.
I'll second that.
Can I just a point of clarification, if I may? Would that not delay the process a lot more? I mean, if we come back here, because I would hate for the developer to be, they went through a lot, and also for the property owner. So and I know there's probably pending sales and all kinds of things, and so to have them go back through the Planning Commission would probably delay this significantly.
My concern, at least my response on that, would be that I was a little bit concerned that, normally we have these panels, the Planning Commission and then the City Council, where the residents and the public gets a chance to speak on proposals. In this case, this second option arose after the public meeting with the Planning Commission and before our council meeting, so it hasn't really been vetted to the degree normally that I would be comfortable with. But that's my response to it.
So you're saying you want to see it go back to the Planning Commission?
I think that may yield a better plan ultimately, because a big part of our role is to ensure that any changes, any negative changes to the neighborhoods, all adjacent to this, are mitigated to the extent possible.
Okay. And so would we give them, the planning commission or the staff, some specific items we would want them to address so that maybe we can expedite the matter? I mean, is that something the council will be up for? You know, give them our specifics, and then if it goes back to planning, I'm sure there'll be more items that come about.
You know, I don't understand where this, kind of assumed delay is coming from. I mean, things move pretty quickly. I mean, I can't understand why it wouldn't be, promptly agendized and give the applicants time to come back, make their recommendations, make their changes based on the feedback that they've heard from the community and council tonight. I know obviously, like I said, for me, it's mostly the parking. Get past that, I'm generally supportive. So.
I would seek input from the city attorney at this point. I have closed the public hearing. What would that create?
Well, I guess 2 or 3 points have to be made here. Mr. Dunlap's probably the most accurate in terms of his comments. With respect to sending back to the Planning Commission, to give them a chance to then, and the delays at any time, it really rely upon the ability of the developer to look at and assess the council's concerns and present a project to the Planning Commission. I would think staff could give you some idea of how fast they could agendize that, but I would assume it would be fairly quickly. I certainly think in terms of conversation, this body, the more specific direction you can give the developer regarding your concerns, the more productive the conversation would occur at the Planning Commission level, plus gives him more ability in his planning analysis to adapt his proposed project to your concerns. And then finally, the mayor's comments are accurate in the sense that allowing you to go back to the Planning Commission doesn't allow for a more full vetting of the discussion which did not occur at the Planning Commission regarding the proposed change.
Thank you. And also, we do have a direct line to the Planning Commission,
Right.
each of us individually, and then to the at-large aspect of this as well.
All right. Well, no. So just what I heard right now then is, I know Mr. There's a parking concern, more parking. There's the bike lanes, correct, and then the local hire. So those are 3 that they can take back specifically, and if more arise, we'll address them.
Mr. Still, you also raised the question of looking at the exterior of the building and
that's right.
that articulation.
Yeah, that's here. See, I didn't write that down right. But yeah, so those are 4 things that they can look at, and then as more things come up or don't come up.
We heard from Carpenters Union people tonight, and the old adage of measure twice and cut once is
Fair enough.
probably what applies.
All right, we'll measure twice then.
So, Mr. Dunlap, you made a motion?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
And do I have a second on that
And
motion?
I believe Stuckey seconded that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr.
I'm
Jung
sorry.
seconded.
I missed that. Okay, with that, we'll make a roll call vote on this.
Mayor Pro Tem Jung.
Well, not Mayor Pro Tem,
Mayor
but
Pro
aye.
Tem. Sorry, now I'm getting confused. Councilmember Jung. I'm practicing for someday.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Okay.
Did you talk to him? Regular business. Yeah, probably.
This is like a ball game right now. We'll wait for the crowd noise to subside here for a second, and we're ready for our regular business item number 16, CFD number 1, Amherst Heights issuance and sale of special tax refunding bonds and related documents and actions. This to be presented by Administrative Services Director Ellis Chang.
So good evening, Mayor and City Council. On August 17th, City Council directed staff to refund the 2012 bonds for the benefit of Community Facilities District, or CFD for short, number 1, Amherst Heights. This presentation will provide a brief overview of the currently outstanding 2012 bonds, recommended refunding, estimated savings, and review of the authorization being requested. Staff, Brandon Kafori with Urban Futures, Scott Ferguson with Jones Hall, Shane Morgan with DTA, and Tom Jacobs with Stiefel are available to address any questions. The 2012 bonds were issued to refund the 2002 bonds. $13,470,000 is currently outstanding with final maturity in 2032. Interest rates currently range from 3.2% to 5%. The 2012 bonds can be redeemed without premium from September 1st of 2022. Because of current market conditions, these outstanding 2012 bonds can be advanced refunded for savings for the benefit of the district. The issuance of the 2021 bonds will be a private placement with Sterling Bank as lender. The transaction is structured with a taxable interest rate of 1.77%, which will convert to a tax-exempt rate of 1.325% after June 3rd of 2022, which is 90 days prior to the the redemption date of September 1st, 2022. Sterling Bank has locked these rates through closing. City Council, by adopting the resolution, is authorizing issuance of the 2021 bonds to refund the 2012 bonds and approve financing documents in substantial form. The financing documents are the fiscal agent agreement, escrow agreement, placement agent agreement, and purchaser's term sheet. And with that, it is recommended that City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of special tax refunding bonds and approving related documents and actions. Staff and members of the financing team are available for any questions.
If there are no questions by the council at this stage, we could invite public comment. All right, we will do that. Anyone wishing to speak to item number 16, please line up on the north wall.
And we have no hands raised in Zoom.
It's only Mr. Harrison over there, but I know, I've got you. Any callers?
No.
On Zoom? As long as we're satisfied that's true, we'll bring the item back to council.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comment? That tax preference, that final interest rate, 1.325, does sound pretty attractive, even with those many months added on here. So.
Yes.
Okay, with that, we'll make a roll call vote.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
With that, we're at item number 17, planning and implementation efforts related to Senate Bill 1383, short-lived climate pollutants.
Okay. PowerPoint, please.
Management analyst Anissa Levis will make presentation.
Thank you.
So go ahead.
Thank you. Ellis, if you don't mind. It is SB 1383 update, but second one. Oh, go ahead and open it. All right, thank you so much. Good evening, Council and members of the public. The item before you this evening is an update of our planning and implementation efforts regarding SB 1383. This item is purely informational. It's more as an FYI to the Council and to the public at large, so no formal action is being requested this evening. However, at the end, open to feedback and direction. So a really quick outline. I'm going to briefly talk about SB 1383. I want to thank the Council and members of the public for the last meeting. We had pretty extensive overview by CalRecycle, so I thank you for your patience. It is a outreach mandate by CalRecycle to educate the public as much as possible, so I appreciate you listening in to that presentation. I'll then talk a little bit about the ordinance and requirements, some compliance efforts that we've taken to implement and ensure that we are compliant with SB 1383. Talk about the revision to the franchise agreement with Republic, which I'm sure will be of great concern to the council and to the community, and then some next steps. So really quick, for those who missed the last meeting, SB 1383 establishes organic waste reduction targets. So organics include food, paper, cardboard, green waste, wood waste, et cetera, et cetera. So SB 1383 sets a goal for Californians to reduce disposal of organic waste by 50% by 2020 and 75% by 2025. It establishes a target to recover 20% of currently disposed edible food for human consumption by 2025, with all regulations to take place by January 1, 2022. So CalRecycle doesn't anticipate every city to have a program and production in place. What they are really looking for and expect in our mandating of cities for January 1 of 2022 is that cities begin planning and making programmatic and budgetary decisions regarding these requirements now, and by 2024 to actually begin enforcing those regulations. So for 2022, cities will be required to have an ordinance by January 1 of 2022 to show progress in implementing edible food recovery programs, conduct significant compliant education and outreach efforts, and to assess and plan for organic processing and edible food recovery capacity. So what have we done as staff and as a city to ensure that we are in compliance? The city has worked with our consultants, HF&H, to evaluate the efficacy of current Republic Services contract terms and conditions, to develop a contract profile in which the key terms and conditions of our existing franchise agreement were compared with industry-wide best practice standards. So some of the things that were looked at were, how do we currently go about our rate adjustment provisions? How is the ordinance in our agreement, how is the language formulated as it relates to recycling requirements, performance standards, and reporting requirements? In addition to that contract profile, a gap analysis was also completed to review what the city needs to do in order to be in compliance with SB 1383. So that included a review of our community programs, small composting activities that need to be done, community composting sites that would need to be developed, and as well as an internal operations review. How would the city handle enforcement, reporting, procurement, and education and outreach as it relates to SB 1383? As of right now, city staff is working with HF&H consultants to finalize a plan to implement SB 1383 and develop a proposed new fee schedule. Implementing SB 1383, unfortunately, will come at a cost. There will be a rate increase implemented with this, but that is not unique to Fullerton. Every city within the state of California will be having to address this issue. And so to help with that, the city of Fullerton teamed up with other North Orange County cities who contract with Republic Services to collectively negotiate these changes to our franchise agreement and to ensure a consistent regional compliance effort within North Orange County. So with that, the city is currently also using an external legal counsel who has taken the lead in preparing that ordinance to bring forward to the city council, and then ultimately to work on a new restated franchise agreement. So with that said, with the development of a new ordinance comes a new agreement. So staff anticipates to bring an amended restated franchise agreement for council consideration no later than spring of 2022. And of course, prior to that, we would give significant updates to the council on any changes regarding that. So revisions to the franchise agreement are primarily related to compliance requirements of SB 1383, but we're also taking this as an opportunity to address other items within the agreement that may need to be fixed up, updated, and to make sure we're with best practices. Collaborating with our neighboring cities allows us to share information and ensure we are striving for the most fiscally responsible fee schedule and really getting what we can out of each other's agreements with Republic. So aside from the ordinance and the agreement, between January 2022 and December 2023, cities will need to identify businesses who are potentially in violation of the new regulations and provide educational material to those generators. The focus of the first 2 years, starting January 1 of 2022, is to educate generators with the goal to ensure that every generator has the opportunity to comply before enforcement begins in 2024. So with all that stated, these are the important dates that I want to make the City Council and residents aware of. The first is to bring forward a first reading of an ordinance outlining the provisions for implementing SB 1383. We anticipate bringing that forward to the Council really the first meeting of December with a adoption date of the second meeting of December, which is December 21st. I do want to say that in coordination with all these other cities, we are not ahead of schedule or behind, but we are right on par with our neighboring cities. The next expected date is one that would bring forward a restated franchise agreement with Republic Services, and that would be expected in spring of 2022, with a commencement of those services and those changes coming by in July of 2022, and then that last enforcement date of January 2024. So our next steps as staff is to ramp up public outreach efforts with the community, prepare an ordinance for council consideration. We currently have a draft, and we'll be bringing that forward tentatively on that first date, city council date in December. And then in spring of 2022, return with the amended or restated franchise agreement and rate adjustments for city council consideration. And then after that agreement is put into place to conduct more direct outreach for businesses and residents who will be really directly affected by these changes with SB 1383 and within our agreement. So with that, I'm happy to take questions, directions, feedback on this issue. Anything that you would like to take back to the negotiating table or within the ordinance development, happy to hear it.
Yeah, I guess one comment or concern I would have is that perhaps we can leverage, and I've talked to other cities who utilize Republic services, and they get some additional benefits from them. Mm-hmm. Street cleanup, trash pickup from parks, other things like that. So perhaps they can offer or include some of those services that could potentially be provided to enhance what we already have in place. I'd be interested in that.
Yeah, absolutely. We can add that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, question. Our current agreement with Republic, when does that end?
The agreement with Republic Services ends June 30th of 2027.
2027, okay. And so we have the option of doing an amendment to comply with the organic ways or bringing a whole new one. Those are the two options.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll piggyback on Councilmember Dunlap's request that we look to see what other benefits we can get from Republic. And I know that in LA at least, they discovered that what damages their streets, and we know this as well, is the buses and the trash trucks. So we can figure out how they can help us with that. That'll be great.
Okay. Noted.
As far as enforcement of these new requirements, is this something that we share with the hauler, or is it strictly on the city's shoulders?
So Cal Recycle really mandates the city. However, that's something that we could bring to the negotiating table with Republic on some assistance with enforcement. We obviously have very limited staffing, as do other cities. So the enforcement aspect is something that we are constantly talking about with Placentia, Brea, Garden Grove. That is really a key of the puzzle that is going to be big on the discussion table of how are we going to navigate that important aspect of it. So.
Yeah, that's my concern, the cost of the mission creep on this and the fact that we aren't on the ground in all these places and our hauler is.
Right.
So I think that requires a very pointed conversation with them.
Yeah, agreed.
The other aspect, if I could just jump in here, is there's a very extensive reporting responsibility that goes for compliance with this, and that's where we're going to need to be working closely with the hauler as well on that side of it. So,
and we would have shared responsibility there, in your opinion?
Well, the responsibility is with the city. However, we need to actually have the hauler, lean on the hauler to have them, because they're going to have that data.
Okay, good.
And I will say the hauler currently assists us greatly with AB 341 and 1826. So I think there's some crossover there with they're already doing a lot of the reporting on our behalf. So I think there's some leeway there.
Okay, great. With that, seeing no more questions, we would invite public comment to this item. Seeing no takers?
We do have one hand raised in Zoom.
Yes. Sure. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Jane Rands, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you, Lucinda. I would really like to take advantage of this opportunity to amend the agreement to get some relief for the ratepayers. We've experienced missed trash pickups, and because our billing is through the city and we don't pay directly to Republic, we have a really difficult time with accountability when our trash is not picked up. So what I would like the council or staff to bring to council is some consideration for some penalty for missed trash pickups by the hauler, and some means by which we can, because we have to call them when we have missed pickups, but then the city manages our bill payment. There's a disconnect between those two. You guys need to work something out for the benefit of the community members who aren't getting their trash picked up, so that we don't have to call multiple times, that we don't have to wait multiple days. I understand the policy right now is we don't get a refund if they pick up by the night before our regular trash pickup after a missed pickup. We need to have all that clarified and a process set forth for us to easily be able to recover that missed pickup. Thank you.
And you have no other calls in Zoom.
Okay. We'll bring the item back to council. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot Maureen. Go ahead, Maureen.
You're forgiven only this once. Thank you again for allowing me to speak. As I've said before, there is a wonderful video on the city channel, but the music is so loud you cannot hear what is being said. So is there, everybody should have access to that wants to see it, because it is, what I could gather, it sounds very, very interesting and very, a lot of knowledge. So can someone from your audiovisual department turn down the music, or is that how the video was made? Because it's too loud. I mean, you can't hear a word that somebody's saying.
Maybe the music masks the sound of the trash trucks.
There were no trash trucks. They didn't even show one. But if you could check into that, because I would love to hear it myself, because it gives a lot of information from what I could tell. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we'll bring the item back to council. And this was pretty much informational. So with that, if there's no further comment, I saw Councilmember Zara. No? Okay. We'll move to our next item. Item number 18, Union Pacific Park right-of-way parcels and trail. Discussion of disposition of the unimproved parcels of the Union Pacific right-of-way trail. And Director Loya will make this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. This item is really an open discussion for the council to look at the use of the 2 parcels of the Union Pacific right-of-way that have not been improved yet. And I just wanted to start out by showing you a map of our trail system. The section that is in the oblong shows the portion of the trail that's already been improved, which is right behind the Transportation Center to Highland. And then the portion that goes from Highland to Independence Park, which is park number 11, is unimproved and owned by the city. And then the remaining portion are yet to be acquired.
Quick, who owns that part that we haven't acquired? Just
Union Pacific Railroad.
All the way up north to
all the way to past Imperial to Brea Tracks.
Okay,
so it's not in use, but it's not officially abandoned.
Right, okay.
So this is just an aerial of what it looks like for phase 1, which is the portion that we've already constructed from behind the Transportation Center, across Harbor on the train trestle, and then all the way to Highland adjacent to Union Pacific Park. And just to let you know that at the couple council meetings ago, actually in May, the council approved the grant that was awarded by the California Natural Resources Agency under the Urban Greening Program, $1.78 million, to construct the phase 2 portion of the Union Pacific right-of-way, which goes from Highland to Independence Park. And this is just a list of the things that is supposed to happen. The trail will include security lighting, seating, gathering areas, outdoor exercise, park equipment, and drinking fountains. And that portion, the right-of-way, is about 50 to 80 feet wide, so there's lots of opportunities, one way or another. And this is that section that we're discussing tonight. So from Highland to Richmond, and then from Richmond to Independence Park. At this point, I am going to leave it to you to have discussions on what direction you would like to take on this project. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Just a quick question, if sure. Alice, if you may. The grant that we received to develop this, that was contingent upon this, linked to this particular grant, so we can't use it any other place. We would have to return that money, right?
That's
to
correct.
The state.
This grant was very specific to this project.
Right, and it is because this is an open space trail project, because this is a disadvantaged area.
There's a few reasons why this project was chosen by that granting agency, because it checked the boxes of what they were looking for, which would be to green an urban area that has a low percentage of park space, and it would be in a disadvantaged community and provide a linkage to other places. In this case, it would be to either Independence Park or to the Transportation Center.
All right, and then just a couple more questions. These were purchased by the redevelopment agency, correct?
That's correct.
And then now they're part of our
and they've been deeded over to the city.
To the city.
Mm-hmm.
The original intent was to develop trails.
Yes.
There wasn't any other intent for this purchase.
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, and then if this council were to decide to dispose of this, return the state money, what would be the process for this, considering now that we have a Surplus Land Act?
Well, we would have to discuss this particular issue with the city attorney's office, but one thing that's different about these parcels versus the previous 2 parcels in phase 1 is that we haven't used any city or other government agency funding to make any improvements, so this is relatively unimproved and has different options than property that has been improved with public funding for public parks. So this one has not been.
Right. Has there been in the past any attempts to sell this or any interest from any groups to buy it?
We have not had any attempts to sell it, but there has been interest in what you could do with this.
And could you say what those are and what groups were interested in this?
Well, there's various groups that are interested in having the trail as an amenity or to use it or to use this property not as a trail. That's all I could say.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes. Councilmember Johnson.
I had requested that this item be brought before council for consideration to offer up options to the council that what this could be, whether or not this ultimately becomes a trail. I think it remains open. I think the idea of putting an RFQ out, which we did in 2017 for the park adjacent to it, I think is a good thing to provide us and the public options of what's available out there, if any at all, and there may be none. So with that said, sir, I'm happy to make a motion to
yeah, I should probably get public comments
Sure,
first.
sir.
But if you don't mind holding off on that.
Not at all.
If there are no further questions, we will invite public comment to the item.
Per the rules, my name is still Todd Harrison. You were speaking earlier about the park money from the big housing development proposed near Fullerton College. That half of town is highly parked compared to, as it was just called, the disadvantaged side of town. As one of those disadvantaged residents, I want to strongly encourage you all to do whatever you can to add to trails and parks that are actually physically close to me in the more depressed-looking side of town. So please, pay attention to this one and do something about it. Thank you.
I think most of you know me. Good evening, Mayor Whitaker and City Council members. I'm Jessie Jones, and I'm the Executive Director for the Center for Healthy Neighborhoods. Part of being healthy in a neighborhood is having trails and parks. The last time I spoke to you was to provide rationale about why it's important to support the Union Pacific Trail. And at that time you heard from numerous residents and also Barry Ross from the St. Jude Hospital, who put up a lot of money to help the city write this grant, in which you received. The city accepted the $1.7 million to build the trail. But now I understand that you are entertaining an idea to sell the land where the trail would be going through. The community has spoken. The community wants this trail and needs the trails. I am deeply disappointed that it appears that we are discussing this matter again because, the optics of voting for this land when a major donor to some of you wants to buy this land. I won't name the person, but you know who is getting donor money. And it's disturbing to now read in the Fullerton Observer that this particular person was appointed to the Union Pacific Park Committee? Oh, come on. This is serious conflict of interest. I'm appalled. Go back. Remember, all the community members. A lot had to leave tonight because you put it last on the agenda. If you choose to vote against having these trails, I can assure you, I hope the media will come and get to the bottom of this. Thank you.
Aló, buenas noches, señor alcalde, señores concejales. Mi nombre es Egled Nunzi y soy una residente de Fullerton.
Hello and good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Egled Nunzi and I'm a community member.
El motivo que estamos hoy día nuevamente es por la situación que pasa con los senderos, que ya habíamos conseguido el dinero para que se haga realidad en nuestra comunidad del sur de Fullerton.
And the reason that I'm here this evening is because of the reason of the trails, the situation where we had already received the money for this to become a reality here in the community of South Fullerton.
Tuve el honor de ser parte del panel que habló con las personas de Sacramento para decir la situación en cual viven nuestras comunidades del sur de Fullerton.
And I had the honor of forming part of the panel that went to Sacramento and explained the situation that our community in South Fullerton is living.
A correction, we did it here in the city in a panel. Lo hicimos aquí en persona en la ciudad.
We actually,
via Zoom.
Correction, we did that here. The panel was here in the city via Zoom.
Y nos adjudicaron este dinero porque vieron la necesidad de nuestros vecindarios, que estamos en una área donde está con mucha polución, donde no tenemos suficientes áreas verdes, donde nuestros niños no tienen lugares donde ir, y es una necesidad imperativa por la cual Sacramento nos otorgó esta beca.
And this neighborhood was chosen because it's an area of high pollution, where we are lacking sufficient green areas, where our children don't have places to go. And it is necessary, it's imperative. Sacramento gave us this money for this scholarship.
Y ese es el motivo, que esto va a traer 176 nuevos árboles que se van a plantar. Van a haber nuevas, ¿verdad?, lagos, va a ser ecológico y donde se van a reducir las emisiones del óxido de carbono.
And the reason why this is going to bring 166 new trees. There's going to be lakes. It's going to be beneficial to our ecosystem. It's going to reduce
green emissions.
Mm-hmm.
Y ese es el motivo por cual nuestra comunidad, no entiendo por qué tenemos que estar otra vez aquí viendo otras opciones cuando ya se consiguió el dinero, ya tenemos el plan, ya nuestro staff invirtió tiempo, dinero en hacer esto una realidad y estamos nuevamente. Es increíble el por qué tenemos que estar otra vez en la comunidad aquí, luchando por algo que ya conseguimos porque alguien tuvo una idea.
So the reason why we're here again, it's unbelievable, hard to understand when it's something that we already had the money, it was already received. We had a plan that we went to staff, and they invested time, money, and it's incredible. Why are we here again with the community fighting for this just because somebody had an idea?
Por favor, queremos que se respete sobre todo la salud, la integridad de nuestra comunidad. Estamos hablando de limpiar el oxígeno para nuestras familias que no tienen ahorita esa oportunidad. Este es un impulso de Sacramento que está ayudando a la ciudad de Fullerton y espero que ustedes tomen eso en consideración.
So please, you need to take into consideration that this is something that's helping our community with regards to it's going to help with oxygen. It's going to help our families. It's something that Sacramento has acted in a strong manner in favor of this, and this is something that you need to be able to consider and take into consideration with Fullerton what is best for the community.
ahora todos estamos discutiendo la necesidad de tener más áreas verdes, pues hagan lo posible. Aquí ya tienen el dinero, ya está el staff, ya está el plan. Háganlo una realidad porque eso es lo que nuestra comunidad lo necesita, porque si no las cartas irán directamente a Sacramento.
So we already we have a lot of discussion about green areas. We have the money here, we have the staff, we have the plan. Let's make this a reality. Otherwise, we need this. Otherwise, the letters are going to go directly to Sacramento.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Hola, mi nombre es Carla Guayo y solamente quiero, por favor, que tomen en consideración todo esto, que la comunidad necesita los senderos.
So hello, my name is Carla Aguayo, and I just please would like for you to take this into consideration, that the community does need the trails.
Porque la ciudad, ya que los árboles ayudarán a limpiar el aire de la contaminación que es generada por los carros y pequeñas compañías que se encuentran en nuestra ciudad de Fullerton.
Because the trees would help to clean the contaminants in the air, which are generated by small businesses here in the city of Fullerton.
Y también
and the cars, rather.
Okay. Y también el tener los senderos, las familias podrán tener acceso a una vía que les será de gran beneficio, ya que las familias podrán transitar en ellos.
And the trails would be of great benefit to the community, because it would allow them to have a way to travel through them.
Si ya cuentan con el presupuesto para hacer esto, si ya fue aprobado, por favor consideren y hagan su trabajo para el beneficio de la ciudad.
If you already have the budget, it's already been approved to do this for the community. So please do what is going to be in benefit of the community.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Verónica Morán.
Good evening, my name is Veronica Moran.
Quería comentarles que es frustrante venir a pedir algo que necesitamos.
I wanted to comment that it's frustrating to come and ask for something that we need.
Necesitamos filtros, un pulmón para nuestra ciudad.
We need filters for our lungs for the city.
Es un derecho como habitantes de la ciudad de Fullerton.
This is a right as inhabitants of the city of Fullerton.
Para muchos de nosotros es frustrante tener que escuchar que alguien se le ocurrió algo o que alguien se opone cuando ya están los fondos allí.
It is very frustrating for us to hear that somebody, it just occurred to them, this idea, or that they are opposed to this when the funds are already there.
Y lo peor, que no va a aparecer ni mi nombre ni de los residentes.
And the worst is my name's not going to appear there, neither that of the residents.
Les recuerdo que gracias a ustedes va a poder estar ese pulmón y esas ventajas para todos nosotros en nuestra ciudad, si se realiza.
And I want to say that thanks to you guys, if this becomes a reality, it's going to be an advantage for our city, for our lungs.
Y los residentes observan todo, aunque pareciera que no.
And the residents observe everything, even if it seems like that's not the case.
Pedimos que no más juegos con ese dinero que ya está ahí.
We ask for no more playing around with the money that's already there.
Y que nos den áreas verdes.
And for you to give us green areas.
Que nos den mejor salud para todos.
Give us better health for everybody.
Y lo mejor de todo, que tenemos que luchar contra el cambio climático. Ya está aquí y no estamos viendo todo el calentamiento global que tenemos en la Tierra.
And above all, that we need to fight against climate change. It's already here, and we're seeing the global warming that's happening in the earth.
No es un juego para los que no lo creen.
This is not a game for those who don't believe in it.
Esto es real.
This is real.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Otilia Reyes.
Good evening, my name is Otilia Reyes.
Soy mamá de 4 niños. Vengo aquí a exigir que se haga ese trail. Tal parece que nosotros del sur no tenemos los mismos derechos o igualdad de que nuestros niños tengan un mejor ambiente. Yo les suplico, por favor, que lo consideren y dejen de basarse en el materialismo y piensen en la salud de nuestros niños y de la población del sur. Es todo.
I am a mother of 4 children, and I'm here to insist that you give us this trail. It is something for us in the south of Fullerton where we don't have rights, and this is something where the interpreter, I just need a repetition of, ¿podría repetir la última cosa, perdón, que no alcancé a escuchar después de que no hay derechos suficientes?
Que nos estamos llevando, nos estamos fijando nomás en el materialismo y no estamos viendo el beneficio de este trail para nuestros niños del sur y para la población en general de Fullerton.
We are basing things too much on materialism, and we're not looking at the benefits of this trail for our children and for the community, for the population of South Fullerton.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Alma Vilchis y estoy aquí para pedir por favor que se siga con el proyecto porque es muy bueno, ayuda para la salud.
Good evening, my name is Alma Vilchis and I'm asking you please to continue with this project because it's very good and it's beneficial for health.
No solo para los adultos, sino también para los niños, es más para todo el mundo, bueno, que vive aquí en Fullerton.
And not just for adults, but also for children, for the whole world, for those who live here in Fullerton.
Por favor, tomen en cuenta la voz de los residentes que necesitamos estas áreas, por favor.
Please take into account the voice of the residents, for those of us who need these areas, please.
Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Pilar Maldonado.
My name is Pilar Maldonado.
Soy un residente del sur del Fullerton.
And I'm a resident of the south part of Fullerton.
En el sur de Fullerton no tenemos un sendero seguro para caminar y hacer ejercicio.
In the south of Fullerton, we do not have a trail which is safe to be able to walk and do exercise.
La mayoría vivimos en complejos de departamentos sin un espacio para hacer actividad física.
The majority of us live in apartment complexes without a space to be able to do physical activity.
Además, estamos rodeados de tiendas, restaurantes, licorerías.
Moreover, we are surrounded by stores, restaurants, liquor stores.
Y el Parque Richmond, que es el parque de nuestro vecindario.
And Richmond Park, which is our neighborhood park.
Usualmente está lleno de personas sin hogar.
Usually it is full of homeless people.
Por favor, aprueben la construcción y continúen con la construcción del Union Park Trail.
Please approve the construction and continue with the construction of Union Path Trail.
Para mejorar la salud de nuestra comunidad.
To be able to improve the health of our community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kurt Johnston. I want to make reference to a few other places where there's walking trails. One is there's a large park on Orangethorpe and Gilbert just to the south, and there's a walking trail that goes in a big loop. And almost constantly you see people walking on that trail, and the exercise equipment there always gets used. There's another trail up in Brea that goes from Brea Boulevard to State College, just past Imperial Highway. And if you go there like on Saturday, you'll see a lot of people just walking back and forth in that one little strip. So I don't see why this trail wouldn't equally get a lot of people just walking for exercise. Also, there's a piece of property that's blocking the right-of-way that goes along the tracks. If that piece of property were to be bought, the bicycles might be able to go all the way as far as Orangethorpe, following the tracks on that road, and complete a long bike route that would join to this trail all the way to Independence Park. And also, another thing about Union Park, I would like to see an all-ages skateboard park in that empty grass area that used to be a toxic park. The one down there at Independence Park is very advanced. I see a lot of cities that have these all-ages skateboard parks, and you just see all kinds of kids and families that utilize that. So that might be something that could enhance this trail system. Thank you.
I'll be quick. Curtis Gamble, activist for the homeless and the veterans. I think this, I'm just up here to support everybody who came up here and spoke on behalf of the Union Pacific Trail. I think it's very important to have the trail for the young people. Maybe us older people don't find it that, you know, we've already kind of done our thing, but for young people, very important. As a matter of fact, kind of like top priority. It gives them an opportunity to do, to do different things. It's a part of life. I think also OCTA, they support lots of trails, completely. And I can't see us not doing that. I know as we get older, and I'm talking about me, because I'm like 61, we just kind of forget about the young people and the young families. A lot of us, we have already had our families, and we've done this, but this is very important to the people who got up here and spoke. Very important. And especially when they have been working on this for so long. And you guys are kind of new. I'm an old timer here. I've been coming here for a long time, longer than you guys. So, and I'm saying that out of respect, just to share with you from an old dude that that's been around, coming to the meetings for years and years and years, that this community really wants this. Why do they have to beg? Just listen to them. I hated seeing him come up here and beg. This is their community. You guys represent them. And for them to come up here and what's that mean? No, but for them to come up here and have to get on their knees and hands to beg, that's not right. It's not right at all. You should show more love than that. Community, family. I'm single. I've been single all my life. But I still respect families and their values for their young ones. I will go over and over this until you guys get this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any Zoom callers, Lucinda? Oh, is he? Okay, sorry.
Hello, my name is Bernard, and I am a Fullerton resident. I wondered why this council majority, specifically Councilmember Jung, is trying to take away a trail project from the poorest part of our town. But then seeing your actions so far, it doesn't surprise me. This stinks to high heaven of corruption. I looked up your campaign records and I know who you're serving and trying to give this land away to. Back off or you'll drag the city and yourselves into trouble. Keep the trails. Go Bruins.
And we have one hand raised in Zoom. So caller number ending in 1860, you should be able to unmute.
Good evening, Tony Bushala, longtime Fullerton resident. I've been referred to tonight by some people who have some reason have a dislike for me, but just so those people know that don't like me for whatever reason, I've placed 3 buildings on the National Register of Historic Buildings and Places here in Fullerton. I've restored several buildings in Fullerton, moved 8 houses in Fullerton. I've been a long-time Fullerton resident. I want to see what's best for Fullerton, and I think there's a better option for this right-of-way, this 50-foot wide right-of-way that ends at Independence Park, that will never make a connection to the Hunt Branch Library because Santa Fe Railroad owns that property and that right-of-way, and that will never happen. So I think there's another option, and that is to take a look at that whole area and look at what options are available. On both sides of that right-of-way, currently there are these old defunct industrial buildings, and I believe that the best thing the city council could do is look at the long-term payments that the city will be making to maintain that right-of-way versus making that a multimodal right-of-way, which would be available for pedestrians, for vehicles, for bicycles. There's options available, and I think that right now the city of Fullerton should look at what is best for the entire city of Fullerton. That area currently has a trail. I've been there. I have my office there. I've been there every day for the last 37 years, and I've never seen more than 2 people walking on that right-of-way, that from Harbor to Highland, which, by the way, we made the connection from Harbor to the transportation center. We gave the city a right-of-way for that property, which connected from Harbor to transportation center. Anyways, I'll let it go at that, and have a great night. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. Good night.
And that is all the Zoom calls.
Okay, we'll bring the item back to the council. Anyone care to lead off?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may. I'd be happy to start. I think this council, if they push for the sale of this and the disposition of this, will be making a huge mistake and also a very unethical move. We are taking away a project that already is planned for, that we already got a state grant for, that we have partners in the community like St. Jude's willing to be a part of it. We have the community. This is in the lowest part and most disadvantaged part of town. And we have seen the community come out. This is a need for an area that is very poor in trails and open space. And so to take that away, return grant money of this size for what obviously is, it's interesting how Mr. Bushala would reveal himself in such a manner. And show this interest. We know that he has been interested in this particular property, and he did fail to disclose that he is a owner of adjacent properties there. So there, and we know the relationships and the campaign donations and the political action committee that Mr. Bushala has. So I really would urge this council to reconsider this move, because it will not only be an unethical move, but it will open up this city to scrutiny, both legal and otherwise. So I would really hope that we back off from this, keep this project going, listen to the community, and stop going into down these trails of unethical movements.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilmember John.
So a lot of what we discuss up here is amped up and amplified to the public by members of, or a member of council. They can't seem to avoid the dramatics and the histrionics of governing. I'm pretty confident at this point he enjoys it, must have. So that said, when this initial grant was quantified by council and received, I was hesitant to do it. I said, by accepting this, are we adhering to a project? And the answers that we got back from the staff were no, that we could certainly return the monies accordingly. I'm not, again, a person that adheres to the if you build it, they will come theory. The notion that if we build a static park somewhere, that somebody will actively use it. I've been down that trail many a times, and times that I've been there, hardly anybody uses it, if any at all. Quite frankly, the most notable thing about that trail this year was somebody got murdered on it not so far. So that said, I'm looking for options. No one's talking about not doing a trail or selling off the parcels. We're looking at options of what's available. And quite frankly, sir, I didn't hear you quantify how important it was for parks when you asked for an RFQ for that park, and we're going to allow an event center to be there. So I think it's a little hypocritical to come to that now and all of a sudden be enlightened and say, oh, let's get a park together because it's so necessary in that area. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Silva?
Yeah, could staff put up attachment 3 up on, please? It's the Fullerton Recreational Trail General Map. It says on the attachment 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you, somebody click that? This one.
Well, that one.
Different variations.
Yeah,
here's one.
Yeah, well, this will do. And I walked through that area, and it is a rough area right now, and there probably aren't a lot of people there because you can't really walk it. It still hasn't been developed. But the thing I noticed that, and this is a similar map, that 99% of the trails are north of Chapman. So if we move with this and provide these trails, we would get a couple down south of Chapman. And one of the things that I've always said, I'm always looking for equity. Not necessarily equal, but equity. And at this point, and that's the reason I ran. I wanted to, having Todd and Nicholas, I wanted to bring a voice to that part of town that like I said before, prior to Mayor Bruce Whitaker, there hadn't been a council member from south of Commonwealth, and so now there's 2, and that's the reason I think we should go forward with this, because it's there, it's earmarked, it's ready to go, and I heard Mr. Councilmember Jung say, if they build it, will they come? I tend to believe they will, and one other thing that I would like to ask staff is, have we developed or considered coming up with a concept or plan for the rest of that Union Pacific track? Have we done any work with creating a plan, a concept, drawing?
We don't have a written plan, but the concept is to continue, because it's just as wide around in the northern part as it is in the southern part, so just to continue as a trail. Yeah. That's our only plan. Because
I've been in contact with the executive director of the River Mountains Conservancy, and he did say there is funding available for planning and construction in the forest. So I like to see the staff reach out to them and see if we can get funding to start planning, mapping it out, so that if Union Pacific ever does decide to sell, we can go back to the rivers and mountains and say, look, you helped us develop this plan. Now part of the land is for sale. And this trail, I mean, I know it's I don't want to say it's a pipe dream, but it could literally go up north, go into, like I said, Brea, and even Puente Hills and other regional areas that then this plan here could be more viable if we connect it to a regional district versus just Fullerton. So again, just on the being equitable, would like to see this trail get done. The money's there. Let's move on it. And I would like to direct staff to reach out to the Rivers and Mountains Conservancy and let them know that we want to start looking at the other part just to get ideas of how we might plan it. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Yeah, I guess I'd start by saying, I don't know where the comments about selling the trail come into. Certainly not been something that's crossed my mind. Actually, my concerns really, I think, from the get-go in the past, 10 to 12 months, we've heard of the city's housing plan that called for, a number of high-density apartment communities sort of jammed in that area. And we also looked at the UP Park, and now that's gone to an RFP. And along that's, about the same time, we've also considered, what to do about this trail, including, as has been noted, accepting some of the grant funds. And so for me, I just looked at it and I thought, it makes a lot more sense, I think, to look at this area as a whole. We're talking about tying into other cities in the region, but we're not even looking, a block or two up the street to see how it could potentially tie in or, kind of mesh with the existing neighborhood or proposed as has been presented in some of the housing plans. And so, that was that was really my concern with each of those plans. I just don't think it makes sense to review them individually. I'd like to see it presented more collectively. I think we could do a lot more from a community perspective with, a workshop, perhaps, community groups to work on that so that ultimately the plan that comes forward does better suit the community. And that's kind of my thoughts on it. It just seemed incomplete and, I think not totally representative of what could be in conjunction with, again, the three items that have been, presented to us in this immediate area.
Mr. Mayor, may I just say a couple of things to Mayor Pro Tem? So the area here, this has been discussed. There were many meetings. The community did participate in meetings. They gave input on this. And this is all part also of a plan, a specific plan for that area. So this is not in vacuum. So, and all of these have been dealt with and discussed over the last several years. So, all it takes is sitting with staff and reviewing this and seeing how this is in context. But to cancel a project that already is in the pipeline, it's already been approved, we have the funding for it. And knowing the connections, and it just is becoming a very troublesome issue, thing with a lot of concerns.
So again, not canceling the funding, but two, because that's already been received. I think to your point, there has been no. I mean, there's been no, and even the discussions that have been had in the presentations that have been made to us as a council, there's been a discussion of the trail, a discussion of the park, and a separate discussion on the housing element and the high-density housing that was proposed for those particular locations. And again, to say there have or have not been community meetings, I'm talking specifically about those three elements of the plan, because I do think those go together. And I think, you've got what's already, a highly dense area. You've got a number of, industrial properties, a number of, dilapidated warehouse-type properties. And I think that there's really something great that could be done there, and it could take all of this into account so that you have the park space and the trail space, but it could really be an improvement to the area as opposed to, just sort of piecemeal and short-sighted planning. Having lived in Fullerton my whole life, I've sort of seen that time and time again, that just the city misses the mark on things. I think it has all the right intentions at times, but just misses the mark, and as a result, something that could have been just really great for the community falls short of that.
There is a specific plan for this. If the issue is just reviewing this with the park, with a specific plan, I remember there was a discussion in the past about that. I'm happy to second an agendized item, if you'd like, to bring that as part of the discussion, to review all of this and look at the vision for the area within the context of the whole plan that is in place. But to also put out an RFP and put this out for sale or for bid or for whatever it is that is intended, the intentions are. Again, that is piecemealing something as well, because if you want to look at the whole plan, let's look at the whole plan. But let's not put this out for bid yet and just piecemeal a sale. So I'd be happy to look at that.
I mean, I've read the staff report. I don't understand where this sale is coming from.
It says the disposition. So disposition meaning sale. Putting out for a bid meaning sale.
All right.
Yeah.
My turn to say something on this. This is an interesting right-of-way, and we've been speaking as though this is mutually exclusive, that it's either a trail or it's not. And I see potential here for it to be a trail plus with other options. In our materials here, it talks about Union Pacific right-of-way trail phase 2, Highland to Independence Park, in areas that are 50 to 80 feet wide, currently a blighted corridor, and creating a green belt trail and maybe a bicycle trail and hiking trail. I don't see that as being mutually exclusive to doing other things along that route. And one of the reasons other things might be necessary is, unlike most of our trail system in Fullerton, which border residential areas predominantly, and there's not a commercial aspect. Here we have something that's already zoned, been mentioned, warehouses, existing businesses. We have the ability with this wide of a right-of-way to be able to incorporate both. And some of the reasons why that would be advantageous is a concern. I know I have a big concern on my part that if this is merely a trail, a passive trail in a greenbelt, it can become an attractive nuisance. And it can be a big problem in terms of the types of activities that are there, the inability for police to be able to patrol it. And I would like to see us look at a mixed option which would allow existing property owners, there are many property owners along this right-of-way, who would stand as stakeholders, would stand an opportunity to see their properties upzoned, upgraded in terms of some of the prospects that could happen along that. So, we're talking about something in a downtown area. We're not talking about the hills on the north end of town. And I see it as being essential that we have some amount of commercial development, maybe intermittently along this trail, to make sure that we have eyes on the trail and make sure it doesn't become an unsafe area for anyone to transit, particularly children. I did have one question of staff, if they have an answer to it. Someone said that, the caller said that there is an area where we really don't have an option because it's owned by the railroad. The railroad owns the right-of-way. At its narrowest portions, what would we be talking about?
There is a section when you get to Hunt Branch Library that the trail crosses, the trail right-of-way that is not being used crosses Santa Fe BNSF that is Metrolink, so we would have to figure out a way to get over it.
And the railroad's not real easy to deal with often.
They haven't been too difficult to deal with. They already have a set of guidelines on how do you handle these types of situations that they sent us, but we would have to come up with a very safe way, expensive way to get over that portion.
Well, I spoke recently with the assistant city manager on this and talked about the prospect of tying into up near Bassentry Park there. That's something as a cyclist that I would like as well. But I don't think the idea of having a cycle trail through here or a walking trail precludes other options along this route. And in fact, as a green belt, it's going to require, and it'd be wonderful to have some trees and plants there to create cleaner air, but we're adjacent to a very busy railroad track in many parts of this, at least fairly close. And That being the case, I don't think it's going to be a garden spot necessarily for the entire length. We may be able to create some islands in here which do provide respite for people in an urban area, and that I would favor. But the idea of saying, no, it can only be this one thing when there's so much more potentiality to what's going on here, and potential for a lot of people, for many disparate property owners through here, where if portions could be commercialized, it could create jobs, it could create tax revenue for the city, and again, it would create property owners, business owners who would have an interest in sustaining the safety of this corridor. So that's why the idea, no, I certainly wouldn't favor as well putting it up on an auction block and just selling the whole thing. That makes no sense whatsoever. We do have a valuable right-of-way through here, and the best way to optimize it is really what I think we're looking for on this.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Sure.
So if the intent is not to sell it, then if we do send an RFP or RFQ, can we include that there must be a trail as part of that? And then we're not looking to sell it and remove a trail. We're looking to complement a trail that will go there with whatever they have to propose. That way we can all get assurance that we're not going to sell it and stop a trail, but we're going to, like you said, add to it and make it more functional.
Well, it was suggested that it be multimodal, and I think there are some great advantages to it being multimodal, including possible police access and patrol.
So, yeah, because, I mean, there is, on the summary is right there, discuss the potential, I can't read, need my glasses, the potential solicitation of options for the disposition. So if we remove that way we can give assurance that we're not going to sell that and remove a trail, but we're going to look for other options to complement a trail and complement that corridor.
Right, and to give options to property owners along that route to be able to participate in that.
Mr. Mayor,
as much as possible. Yes.
If I may, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first of all, it's incorrect. Disposition doesn't mean sale. Just means it comes from the word disposal, but that doesn't mean we're selling it. I don't know that anyone here has ever discussed that. Quite frankly, I just find it comical that is being inferred. That said, I do agree with you, sir. I think the options are great. If the trail is one or trail is inclusive, I'd like to see it. What I would like, and again, I got to reiterate this from the beginning, are options that are available to us.
Including
that
the trail.
we're not railroaded, figuratively or literally, into deciding something before. We are the elected representatives here. We should be making these decisions. These shouldn't be decided by the time it gets to us.
Well, no, but this was decided by prior council. So, I mean, the next council could say, well, we should make those, right? Well, and there'll be future council who will disagree with all of us here. But so then, I mean, I don't mind going to options, but could we at least state that there has to be a trail there to complement whatever other options we get? I mean, that'll give the community an assurance that there will be a trail, there will be access for a green belt of some sort. It may not be 80 foot wide in some areas, but I think if we go that way, we get proposals for options, and at the same time, we can assure the community here that there will be some sort of trail going through there. That's just my suggestion.
I can tell you that I wouldn't support something that didn't include a trail.
All right, so then can we redo that? You had a motion, can we include that?
I have a motion.
I thought you, okay.
No, we went to public comments.
Okay.
But I wanted to point out back in 2011, there was a Phase 2 plan for the trail that was bumped by the plans for the High-Speed Rail Authority due to the proximity to the rail line, and the city was required to cancel 2 grants that had been awarded by Caltrans back at that point. So that's 10 years ago. And so everything is in flux always. There could be eminent domain beyond our control at some point when you're so near the rail line.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd like to ask a question of staff. City attorney, sorry. Could you clarify what exactly an RFQ is? And also, could you define disposal and disposition of a property?
First off, RFQ stands for Request for Qualifications, which basically means you're soliciting somebody to be qualified to look at the project. With respect to disposal, I would say that in terms of a definition, that disposal I would think would be some sort of reuse or reconfiguration or something that would contemplate some other or expanded use of the property as it currently is contemplated. It's hard to define disposal. I think that if you were talking about a sale, you'd say to sell. I think disposal does not go as far as a sell, but disposal does talk about a reuse, by my thinking in terms of definition.
And to staff a question, thank you. And to staff a question is, could we not achieve this, looking at expanding the use of this to not just a trail, but maybe other things, including it? Could this not be done in-house? And do we have to have some third party come in and pay for that to look at it? To tell us, here's where you put the road and here's where you put the trail?
You'd probably need to have a consultant come in here to assist you. Your staff is focused on providing basic day-to-day services, but to actually come up and do a design on something like this and put forth alternative concepts, you'd likely need to bring in a consultant team to assist with that.
Okay, so we would have to. So the RFQ would be specifically to hire a consultant.
Well, you could go a variety of ways, but an RFQ is to invite people who are qualified to offer you different ideas and thoughts regarding a reuse of the property or a use of the property.
Something we've already went through before and came to this conclusion.
Well, this could allow a trail to be established without precluding other options, and then with so much additional space and opportunities along the route, as long as that wasn't foreclosed, it wouldn't have to happen all at once. You wouldn't have to have a master developer of some sort.
And I'm still not clear on what options there would be there, but and then also on the policing. I mean, we have trails up in the north side, and the police have access on their bikes. We have a special bike thing, so I'm not seeing the issue there for public safety. It seems
Although
like
they wanted to shut down the Hunt Library because they couldn't patrol back there with police cars, even with the road leading back to it. So,
all right. Well, this council can do whatever it wants to do.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd like to move to send out an RFQ with the requirement that any RFQ come back with a trail to be included as part of the RFQ. Trail element, to see what can we add to a trail in that area.
So you're contemplating potential uses or development that might occur.
Yeah, that's beyond an RFQ, yeah. Right.
Well, no, I'm saying that with respect to the process, you'd be inviting somebody with the qualifications to offer you those alternatives.
Yeah. And if you want to look at actual proposed concepts, it's really more of a proposal than a qualification.
All right, then.
Qualification is really saying, is this person qualified to submit a proposal?
All right. Well, then I would move to do an RFP for that area that would include a trail along that phase 2.
Would that include also the housing aspect and the park, or how would you?
Well, I think an RFP would be, what do they envision for that land that's there? Mm-hmm. But whatever it is, it would have to include a trail. I mean, I'm just want to give assurance to the community that whatever we put there, whether it be housing, commercial, retail, down that middle of that area.
Sorry, I want to make sure. I do support that. That's not an issue. It's the other aspects of it that were included. I mean, I just, again, and I think Councilmember Zara alluded to the fact that there's a specific plan already for the location. I've not seen that, but I think it makes sense to take into consideration the trail, the UP Park, and also the housing element that's been proposed there. I think that's something that should be looked at, all at once.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Sure.
So the mayor pro tem would like a more holistic approach to the general area.
I've said that all along.
And been saying that for some time. I think that's something that we could absolutely look at when the RFP comes back. We can look at it in its totality, sir.
And really, it's not on the agenda this evening.
Okay.
You've limited your agenda to the trails.
Okay, that's fine. I'll second the motion.
And my only objection to a holistic approach like that is if it would step all over existing property owners who otherwise might be able to participate in this, right?
True, that's the point.
So that's why the idea of a master developer, that doesn't really work for me.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay.
So there's been a motion and a second. Right? There.
Okay, restate the motion.
I'd like to.
Would you like me to repeat
Yeah, would you please?
what I wrote down, and we'll
Yes,
see if we're on the same
if
page?
you would, Madam Clerk.
This would be a motion to issue an RFP to provide alternatives for the use of the UP Park area, including a trail element in Phase 2.
Well, I think the UP Park
is already done, right?
It's not part of this conversation.
Okay.
This
It's
is
UP
Phase 2.
Trails.
Right.
Okay.
Right of way, really.
Right away.
Right
Thank
away.
you.
Right away, yeah.
Actually, right away is a better choice than the trail.
And then, can you read the last part about the trail? Just
You said including a trail element in Phase 2?
can we put must include a trail element in Phase 2? That way we could. All right.
Must include a trail element in Phase 2.
All right.
The only thing I would add is multimodal consideration as well.
You'd like that in there also?
That would include trail.
Do you want to include a multimodal, I cannot say that word this late at night, trail element in Phase 2?
If the maker of the motion.
Well, for the
so-
entire right of way that we're discussing, yes.
If the maker of the motion was willing to include that.
Yeah.
So we can do trail and or modal, multiple modal,
Multimodal.
multimodal.
Trail and or
I know. Say it 3 times.
that word I can't pronounce, modal element in Phase 2.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Then we got it. So we will have a trail no matter what happens. Someday.
Well, let's vote.
We got to vote, right?
We were this close to having a trail.
That's right.
Go ahead. Anytime you're ready.
Okay. Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes 4-1.
Okay, great.
All right.
Item number 19, city-owned building space needs assessment. I'll turn this over to Councilmember Jung.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and Council, I'd asked for this at the prior meeting, and I appreciate the Mayor Pro Tem in requesting this as well. I'd requested this item brought before Council because we are actively right now in the process of trying to determine real-world cost savings for our city and how we can better efficiency in this building and elsewhere. There are obvious and not so obvious savings that this assessment will inform us of, and we can take the economic action accordingly. As with a rethinking of modern working environments, and certainly as our municipal government tries to modernize as well, I think this needs assessment will help us keep pace into maximizing the capacity of our workforce and the space that they work in daily. So, sir, with that said, I'm happy to hear everybody else's thoughts on this matter, but that was the initial genesis of my request, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments by council members?
I have a question.
Sure.
What exactly would we be doing? Are we just counting empty offices and seeing what lights are on and off?
Well, I should hope it's a little bit more detailed than that. That seems to be a pretty basic elementary version of this, but if that suits you, I guess you could use that.
Right.
I think we skipped a step that might be fairly informative on this. Our acting deputy city manager, Collier, had some thoughts on this. We discussed them earlier, but go ahead.
Well, I think there's a couple things going on here. Obviously, there's some opportunities to look at, probably some low-hanging fruit opportunities that exist. And you're looking at you've made some significant changes in your staffing in Parks and Recreation. Is there some other alternatives? We can look at those kinds of things, but we're in the middle of some transition staffing-wise right now. We're still looking at our budget, and once we make a few more decisions on this, staff is going to need to come back with some further adjustments on where we're going to put our resources. Are we going to need to make certain cuts in certain areas and shed some services, and in order to make sure that we keep our core services strong in our delivery of those items, we'll need to look at those. And so there may be some additional shifts in staffing. So I say that just because we're in transition still, staffing-wise. But there are some areas that I think you could make some decisions in looking at opportunities to better utilize some of our space and take certain areas out of service if we can justify that to save as well.
If I may.
Yes.
It's not just space savings. I do want to inform the public and caution our staff that indeed, I'll offer an example that the police chief has told me about for many months, that the locker rooms don't function well, that they're old and the plumbing's terrible. This needs assessment may tell us that, verify that, and tell us where that could possibly go, if it can go somewhere. So there are options that the needs assessment will avail to us, something that we may or may not see, and I think that's an important thing to have all the options available. Again, options.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may,
yes,
could this be tied into what Noresco did, or can we use a Noresco audit that they did to help us inform on this, or is that two different things?
I think that's two different things, but Meg, haven't we done some of these things previously, some of this analysis?
We have done a facility assessment where they looked at every single building and looked at the facility needs and the future capital needs of that. We'd have to grow it for modern day prices, but we have that identified.
Including utilization and...
Not really utilization. It didn't look at services within a certain building, but it certainly looked at every lighting and every HVAC system.
See, I see this, and what I'm hearing being expressed a little bit is analogous somewhat to zero-based budgeting in a way, which is you start looking at what your needs are first and then see what you have in terms of assets to be able to fulfill that. And so zero-based budgeting in a space and facilities sense is really what we'd be looking at. And maybe just like we do every year, which is just kind of tweak and move whatever our last year's situation was, just nip around the corners a little bit, this would be a chance to take a look at restructuring somewhat. So that's what I see as the potential with what's being suggested.
Yeah. The items such as Councilman Jung has raised relative to the potential needs relative to locker rooms, things like that. Those are all good items that need to be looked at. I don't know how much we may have looked into those types of items previously, but those definitely make sense, and those are things that we should be doing on a fairly regular basis to make sure that we have the facilities we need, or at least have identified where we have shortcomings that we need to be working towards. Okay. And then you would build that into your capital improvement program process as part of your annual budget review process.
A couple of questions, if I may.
Sure, Councilmember Zara.
Sorry. Didn't this sort of similar assessment be included in that Noresco Energy project? Weren't there some looking at our facilities and plumbing and some of these issues as well?
They did look at efficiencies, but that's a little bit different than a facilities assessment where they look at this roof needs to be replaced, right, in the next 5 years, or the walls need to be repainted, even carpeting. They looked at every single piece of the facility in the other assessment. But Noresco was more looking to identify within the city council chambers, all of these lights could be replaced. There's a savings of X for the city, and therefore it's cost effective to replace these lights.
And we would need to hire a consultant to do this. How much do we know what the cost of doing this? I mean, and what the benefits? I mean, it's hard to assess cost benefit here, right?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I think what the motion I'm going to make this evening is to see what this costs, not to approve it or take action on it, but to see what this would be in rural costs. And we could have that debate in terms of cost versus, worthwhileness thereafter.
And then we'd have to judge against the costs of not doing this, right? Which that's really what we're looking at is for improvements.
I mean, it's almost a no-brainer. We're going out of our way to figure out how to not spend money to save money. You know, I mean,
I think we may also look at this and determine what degree of scope do we want to go to. And there may be different degrees of how far we go into this. That you go full bore, it could be very, very expensive. But if we go a little bit lighter and still get much of the information we need, that might be much cheaper.
I think we need to look at, all the facilities that are actively being worked in. Yeah. If there are things that need to be done to improve their quality of work in terms of their daily lives, I'd like those things, those options readily available. If a window needs to be replaced because there's a draft, I'd like to know about that.
Yeah.
So these are simple things that could help the morale of our workforce. And I think this is an easy thing. Again, that being said, sir, I'll wait until after public comments, sir, to make the motions accordingly.
Yes. Do we have anyone who's indicated desire to speak on this?
I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay.
Looks like we have one in council chambers comment.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Bernard, and I am a Fullerton resident. This was agendized by Councilmember Jung. It's a waste of time and money. You want to hire a consultant to do what? I thought you hated consultants. Or are you still bummed you didn't get your vanity office and you're trying to get one this way? The reason our building is empty is because you're insisting on cutting more staff positions. Maybe instead of paying a consultant, use the money to hire more workers. Stop this silly stuff. Stop the cuts. Go Bruins.
Mayor, City Council, Curtis Gamble, activist. I just want to say, I agree. I'm getting my items mixed up. I was thinking I was on another item. So I'll come back and speak. But since I'm up here, I'd just like to say that as far as space is concerned, I'm all for that. I think that anything that's going to make it more comfortable for the council to deal with the public, making it comfortable. I think it's a great. So I just want to say yes, I support this item.
Any Zoom callers materialize? Okay, we'll bring the item back to council.
Sir, I'll make the motion, Mr. Mayor, of getting proposals to provide a needs assessment for our city.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll make a roll call.
Councilmember Jung?
Aye.
Councilmember Silva?
Aye.
Councilmember Zara?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap?
Aye.
Mayor Whitaker?
Aye.
Passes 4-1.
Number 20, fiscal year 2021 through 2022 budget adjustments and initial ARPA designation. This agenda item is a continuation of previous council efforts to select a budget adjustment scenario for the general fund budget and to formalize direction to obligate American Rescue Plan Act ARPA monies as revenue replacement for budgeted government operations. We've been here before, yes. If there is no further explanation needed at this point, I could invite public comment right now.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think we should have, because there were some additions to this by staff, and I think this should be explained to the public.
The only major change to the agenda item itself was the kind of consolidation of two different kind of package options. So I'll kind of run through those as quickly as I can. So in package A encompasses the original recommendations that was requested of City Council to select a budget adjustment scenario, initial use of ARPA for revenue replacement for government operations, and determination as to desired contingency reserve level. The goal of packaging Package A and Package B separately is that if consensus is not achieved as to selecting a budget adjustment scenario, staff would then look to a City Council for City Council consideration of Package B that would allow the city to move forward with some initial ARPA money allocations. Package B effectively includes a request for City Council to formally obligate the initial use of ARPA for revenue replacement for government operations to maintain a minimum contingency reserve level of about 10%, and to direct staff to return to City Council for direction on remaining use of ARPA, which is about up to $8 million for non-budgeted projects or programs. And with that, the recommendations overall are essentially the same, and the information in the agenda packet and the agenda report and presentation slides is information that was already previously provided to City Council.
So seeing no requests for discussion, we will invite public comment.
I'm still Fullerton resident Todd Harrison, and I'll try to keep this one brief. Mayor Whitaker, I pushed you hard to keep public comments early for us more fragile types, yet here I am staying late for the last agenda item anyway. Exhausting, but important and necessary. Having the most contentious agenda item on the session last on the list is not going to stop me or many others I'm sure will be lined up behind me. The federal funds you're discussing for the budget are one thing, but some of you seem more concerned with principles than actual issues that need fixing right now. It seems very noble of you to talk grandly of fixing the long-term problems by cutting services further to fix the crumbling infrastructure of Fullerton. Yet the funds you discuss are only a small drop in a very large leaky budget, and you're ignoring the leak. How long does this infrastructure last if the city does not have the people to maintain it? Cutting the already overworked city staffing level even further is just setting up to waste the claim improvements to our roads, pipes, and all the other crumbling parts of Fullerton. Doing nothing and maintaining the budget stalemate is hurting the city. The sensible among you will not budge on preventing further cuts. Yay. Some of you, with grandiose dreams of being the ones to change the dynamic, cannot seem to let go of robbing the future to fix streets now. Be realistic, understand you cannot carve further flesh from scraped bones, and at least settle on maintaining the city workers you still have. For all the right thing to do would be to increase the worker budget, you need to at least vote for one of the zero-cut options and move on to deal with the issues instead of keep digging in your heels on this out of spite or whatever other motivation. Let go of your egos and do the right thing. Oh, and this just reached me moments ago, thank you, Yolanda. The ladies' room at our only close park was out of soap and paper towels 2 days ago, as a case in point of what happens when you cut worker budgets. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ilse Miranda, long-term resident of Fullerton. I am here tonight, 10:38 p.m., because I am really interested in maybe putting my input to allocate this monies for the funds that was originally intended to do, is assist and prioritize the people that lost their jobs and families, especially families that stayed home taking care of the children, and they have to maybe upgrade for utilities and use more utilities. People have not been paying rent. They're back with rent maybe like a whole year. Utilities are back already for maybe more than a year, and maybe some of us we don't care because we didn't lose our job or we got a new job, but there is families that are struggling right now paying all that money back. So definitely you guys need to prioritize those funds into rental assistance, utilities assistance, mental health, drug prevention, and homeless prevention, obviously. And definitely another thing that I really want you guys to think of is code enforcement. I Googled this, I don't know if this is true or not, but 137,350 citizens, and you only have 2 code enforcements for the whole population. So it is ridiculous. Use that money, those funds, to hire more code enforcement officers, and also the illegal dispensaries. We haven't heard anything from that illegal dispensaries, and there's so much going on outside those illegal dispensaries. The one especially on Orangethorpe, haven't heard back. They already sent an order to close it, shut it down, and nothing has happened. So please allocate money to hire more of your staff, more people, more parks and rec people, more activities for the youth, the young community, prevention. Once again, that's what you guys, because of the COVID situation and the lockdowns, people have been struggling, and they're not back yet. So please prioritize those issues. Thank you very much, and have a good night. And one more thing, for budget, please put it at the beginning of the agenda. I don't know who prioritized the agenda, what place, but right now we're tired. We're fuzzy. We can't probably think right. We can't plan right. So make sure you put it like maybe the second or third, so we could maybe at least get somewhere. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Whitaker, council members, and the city staff. My name is Tony Package, and my wife and I are 17-year residents of Fullerton. We love living here, so please stop messing it up. For the 3rd straight city council meeting, you are addressing ARPA funds in the city budget. You all know the definition of insanity. Keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different outcome. So please stop the insanity now. A carefully designed budget is the foundation of a good city. It gives the city manager and the staff directions for operating the city and the residents an idea of what this city council vision is for the city and where the city taxes are going to be spent. Important information for the voting public. We all recognize that the council is divided on 2 issues: staff size, i.e. zero or reduction, or infrastructure repair. And both of them are good issues. Efforts were made to reach a compromise last time, and the time before that, and the time before that, and the time before that, and it goes on. But I saw no effort to compromise from the mayor and mayor pro tem, the supposed leaders of the city. We expect some leadership from you too. Will you disappoint us again? I think you're ready to do something. It's time to play nice. Mr. Jung and Mr. Zara, it is obvious that you two have some personal issues. But you need to put aside these issues and work and do your job, elected job, and work together with like-thinking Mr. Silva on completing the budget, the city's foundation. People's jobs and family lives are at stake. It is insanely cruel to have dragged this on for so long without a solution. Your inability to function as city leaders has consequences. Public service, fire, and police staff have been leaving. Who wants to work for a dysfunctional city where their livelihood is a big unknown? I know the police have been handicapped in hiring transfers, experienced officers we dearly need while seeing good, well-trained officers we have invested thousands of taxpayers' dollars leaving. The same is happening in many other departments. And you, 5, are to blame for this chaos. Individually, you are all competent men who understand their role and have the city's interest at heart. As a city council, you have failed. Obviously, a compromise is needed. In the real world, we never get everything we ask for. Here is your chance to shine or prove to us we all voted right or we voted wrong. What's it going to be tonight? End the insanity, zero cuts, move forward, and say good night to everybody. Have a good evening. Bye.
Hola, buenas noches al concilio.
Hello, good evening to the council.
Mi nombre es Sandra.
My name is Sandra.
Esta pregunta es, ¿qué es lo que para qué están usando los fondos del ARPA, del departamento? Ya que el departamento de códigos actualmente no está trabajando en nuestra comunidad en lo que es las viviendas. Hemos estado hablando con Cindy y no nos contesta.
So my question is, what is this money being used for with regards to the department for code? It's not being used. But we tried to get in touch with Cindy with regard to housing, but she does not answer us.
También con el dispensario de marihuana que tenemos ahí enfrente de nuestros departamentos, dijeron que nos iban a poner a la señorita Guillermina y ya le hicieron un stop y ustedes nos pusieron a ella para que nos ayudara pues al cierre del dispensario. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que está pasando ahí? Quisiera que nos dieran una explicación.
So, with regards to the marijuana dispensary, the one that's in front of our apartments, we had been told that Ms. Guillermina was going to be putting a stop and ensuring that would be closed. And so I want to know why, what's going on. I need an explanation with regards to that.
Okay, muchísimas gracias.
Okay, thank you so much.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mireya.
Good evening, my name is Mireya.
Y me gustaría que los fondos de ARPA para que se usen para las necesidades de la comunidad.
And I would like for the ARPA funds to be used for the needs of the community.
Para los que fueron afectados, hay muchas familias que fueron afectadas que todavía deben renta.
For the families that were affected, there were many families affected that still owe rent.
Y también para el departamento de códigos.
And then also for the codes department.
Porque así vamos a mejorar la calidad de vida de nuestra comunidad.
Because if we're going to improve the quality of life of our community,
especialmente con este dispensario que ya va a ser un año y todavía sigue ahí, que es ilegal.
And especially this dispensary, which it's already going to be a year and it's still there and it's illegal.
El área donde vivo en Woodcrest Park está muy oscuro, no hay luces. Han ido, ¿verdad?, a limpiar el parque en el día, pero...
So the area where I live in Woodcrest Park, it's very dark. There's not lighting there. They've gone to clean the park there during the day.
Pero en la noche, desde las 9 o 8 de la noche, hay muchos jóvenes ahí fumando marihuana.
But at the nighttime, like around 8 to 9 in the evening, there's a lot of young people there smoking marijuana.
Entonces, fondos de dinero me gustaría que lo usaran, ¿verdad? Que sepan cómo usar para que se mejore la calidad de vida en nuestra comunidad.
So I would like for these funds to be used in such a way that you would know how to use them so that the quality of life will be improved in our community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas noches nuevamente, Rocío López.
Good evening again, Rocío López.
Para hacer mi comentario público en referencia a la alocación de los fondos de este budget, se me fue la palabra en español.
So again, here to give my public comment regarding the allocation of these funds for the budget. The word escaped me.
So también estoy de acuerdo con mis demás compañeras que ustedes como miembros del consejo, sí es importante tener valores y principios porque son la base que los guían y la base que guía esta ciudad. Entonces tienen que tener realmente esa responsabilidad de velar por el bienestar de sus ciudadanos residentes de esta ciudad.
So I'm in agreement with the rest of my fellow residents that with regards to the funds that
you as the members of
that you have the responsibility to be able to look for what is the best thing for our city, that you have that responsibility to stand up for what is really best for our city and for the residents of it.
So principles and values are a very important part of these council members because you're here to do a job that you are getting paid for, and you're not suffering the consequences of the COVID-19 as the rest of your residents here in Fullerton. So I would like to know if this is another strategy, another political strategy, politicking here, and we need answers here. The residents need answers and you guys need to conclude your job. The city doesn't have the luxury to be paying for consultants, for planifications. You need to hire competent people to do the job, because the other way around, you're gonna be just spending money and time as you have been until now. So you need to look out for the well-being of your residents, and also to put somebody permanent in the code service, the code department, to do the job that they're hired for, because nobody's doing it. Who's doing something about the dispensary that is on the illegal dispensary? Just by the word, as I have always said, illegal means illegal. So if I come here selling something, you're gonna let me do it? Because it'll be illegal for me to do it, but you're gonna allow me to do it if I give you some money under the water, under the table. So think about it, because you have a job to do here.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Ed Vargas, President of the Fullerton Municipal Employees Federation, FMEF. Again, frontline workers, and they're still here. We've been here quite a while here. I don't see how you guys do this every other week. But I'm just here to speak in favor of preserving city services. And, we call them services, but they're more like essentials. They're functioning water lines, sewer lines. They're just not extra services, like something you would get like at a AAA membership. They give you extra services. These things are much needed. They're essential for the health and safety of the community. The Parks Recreation Department, they provide opportunities for the children and the seniors for sports and for learning new skills. There's a multiple things that the city workers do for the community. Public servants, we in our equipment and fleet divisions, they keep the city assets working order, and they do it with less and less staff. And, those are important functions. You don't want a broken down vehicle to cause some kind of problems for the city. So, all of our departments, they're all, we're all understaffed, and the quality of life is harmed by it. This city was once, it was the envy of the neighboring cities around us. Now they've passed us all up because they've invested in the quality of life for their citizens. So, those are just some of the costs of just doing cuts. So, the residents, they deserve a high quality of life, and responsive services, they just help create the quality of life. So the more we starve the city services, the less we make Fullerton a desirable city to live and work in. So as you guys make decisions tonight and in the future, just, listen to some of us that work here. We can give a lot of input to you guys to help you out with making some of these tough decisions. So we only want to do what's best for the city. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. We've all been here for a long time tonight and multiple times here, so I will be brief, I promise. But my name is Cody Nunez, and I'm also here again in support of maintaining our public works, which goes beyond just actually providing proper tools and equipments and things like that, and actually be able to also address some of these waterline issues, some of these manhole issues that we also had mentioned previously. But it goes to actually making sure that the people who we're entrusting with working these services are getting paid to do it. They're not getting cut. They're not always looking over their shoulder thinking that there's a new cut coming, there's a new cut looming, there's a new pay cut looming, whatever it is. All those types of things kind of leads into morale, and I think it's a really good thing that we brought that up because, again, it's not just a matter of proper facilities that goes into boosting morale. It's also giving them proper equipment, proper compensation, and proper consideration. And a big part of consideration is actually listening to what your people, your employees are saying to you when they do have concerns, when they do have things that, lead to whatever downgrades and downfalls that the city might face if services like these are cut or infringed upon by pay cuts or layoffs. So ultimately, I just hope and pray that tonight you guys listen to what's being said. No pay cuts, no layoffs, no undermining our city's public works, and no undermining our city's essential services. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Jenny Maddie. I'm here again on behalf of the city works and our city employees. Just wanted to touch upon, everybody kind of knows what our arguments are for. We've been here every week, but just wanted to touch upon some of the things that were spoken in the beginning of the meeting when it regards to the main water lines and all that. And I have family that work in the water department, and the constant having to go and check, and every other day is a crisis within our water lines and sewer systems and things that are so essential to our businesses and our properties and all the essentials of schools that depend on these services. So things will only continue to get worse as time goes on. Our climate crisis is only going to get worse as time goes on. So starting to invest in these, in the infrastructure of our city is more essential now than it is ever before. If we continue to just not staff certain positions that we already currently have funding for, and so desperately need, because we are to our bare bones, and a lot of these municipal positions is only going to, in the long run, going to bring more and more angry citizens in Fullerton when things do go wrong, and they will go wrong. So being proactive instead of reactive, investing in these essentials, putting money back into our community, and hiring more staff, more families to come into Fullerton and plant roots here are so important to our community. And not just important to our current staff to get them some support, but also important to the longevity of our city and growing and bringing more families here and children here. So I just urge you guys all today to make the right decision, finally come to a decision with no cutting and actual funding positions that we have budgeted for. So thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Joshua Gonzalez, working in the equipment division. All I got to say is the garage, we keep the city rolling, and no budget cuts, please. Thank you.
I was going to say good evening, but good night. Mayor, council. Almost
good morning.
Oh, almost. My name is David Jones. I've been with the city now for 5 years. I'm an equipment operator in the sewer division. We're talking about the water lines and the sewer lines, the streets, the guys that go out and they patch holes and stuff in the streets. We have crews. We've already gotten to where we're so short-staffed that if somebody calls in sick on a day or something, then somebody's working by themselves. That's a huge safety issue, in my opinion. And I just ask that you guys think about that. We can't afford any more cuts and still do a good job for everybody in the communities, all the residents. And that's really each and every one of us. We have a sense of loyalty and pride for working for the city of Fullerton. We just want to do a good job. And we can't afford any more cuts. Thank you for your time.
Buenas noches de nuevo. Mi nombre es Verónica Morán.
Good night again. My name is Veronica Moran.
Estoy aquí para apoyar a los trabajadores de la ciudad.
I'm here to support the city workers.
Así como a veces me frustro, trato de entender las situaciones.
And just like sometimes I do get frustrated, I try to understand the situations.
Sé que no es fácil tomar decisiones.
I know that it's not easy to make decisions.
Pero sabemos que tenemos que tomarlas por el bien de la ciudad.
But we do know that we have to make them for the good of the city.
Especialmente por ustedes.
Especially for you guys.
Creo que en este momento es indispensable que ustedes tomen esto serio y respeten a nuestros trabajadores de la ciudad.
I think that it's indispensable right now that you take this seriously and that you respect our city's workers.
Y a los residentes.
And also the residents.
Sé que no es fácil hacer recortes, pero se les pide que no haya recortes para poder ayudar a sus familias.
I know it's not easy with making cuts, but I ask that you would not make cuts as it would affect the families.
Y en consecuencia al resto de la ciudad.
And then as a consequence, it would affect the rest of the city.
Es muy importante sus acciones.
Your actions are very important.
También recuerden que cada cosa que hacemos va y regresa.
Remember that everything that we do, it goes and it comes back to you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, señor alcalde, miembros del consejo, Egle Nunzi, y me gustaría llevarlos a una reflexión.
Good night to the mayor and members of the council, Egle Nunzi. I would like to take you guys to have a reflection.
La administración Biden otorgó $32 millones a la ciudad de Fullerton.
The Biden administration granted $32 million to the city of Fullerton.
Para que sean usadas para mejorar el servicio de nuestra comunidad y sea discreción del mejor funcionamiento para sus residentes.
So that it would be used for the betterment of services for our community and be used with discretion according to the best services of our families.
Nuestros trabajadores demostraron lealtad a nosotros durante una pandemia.
Our workers demonstrated loyalty to us during a pandemic.
Donde todo el mundo tenía miedo y se encerraba en sus casas, ellos salieron a seguir proveyendo los servicios para nuestra comunidad.
Where everybody was afraid and was hiding in their houses, they still continued to go out and to provide services for our city.
Muchos de nuestros empleados se fueron contagiados por el virus del COVID-19.
Many of our workers were became infected with the virus, with COVID-19.
Pero aún siguieron leales a nuestra comunidad y a nuestra ciudad.
Even so, they continued to be loyal to our community, to our city.
Muchos de ellos tienen muchos años de experiencia trabajando en nuestra ciudad y ofreciendo su trabajo digno y que se tiene que valorar.
Many of them have many years of experience working in our city, offering their services and their work, which is dignified and it's worthy of to be valued.
Estos fondos son necesarios para nuestra comunidad. Tenemos 13 empleados en parques y recreaciones ayudando y sirviendo a 53 parques.
These funds are necessary for a community. We have 13 employees in Parks and Rec serving 53 parks.
Tenemos 2 trabajadores en enforzamientos de códigos que no son suficientes para todas las negligencias que hay en los departamentos en nuestra ciudad.
We have 2 workers in code enforcement, which is not sufficient considering all of the negligence that we have in the different departments of our city.
Nuestros departamentos de policía y de bomberos han estado perdiendo personal calificado que es tan necesario para nuestra seguridad pública.
And our departments of police and fire have been losing qualified personnel, which is so necessary for the well-being of our city.
Por favor, les pedimos a ustedes que tomen una decisión. Hemos venido a sesiones de estudio de presupuesto, hemos venido a muchas, consejos, aquí sesiones del consejo, y ustedes no toman una decisión cuando sería lo indicado que ustedes tomen esa decisión en el bienestar de nuestra comunidad.
And the last comment, correction, it was for the good of the public safety. But it is imperative that you make a decision now. We've come out to meetings, we've come out to budget sessions, study sessions, council meetings, and you have not made a decision yet, but it is something that is indispensable that you need to make a decision for the well-being of our community.
Por favor, no más recortes y ayudemos y respetemos a nuestros empleados de la ciudad. Gracias.
Please, no more cuts. We need to help and we need to respect the workers of our community. Thank you.
Something to do. Thank you, dear. You're such a great psychic. Good evening again, Mayor, Council. As I've said before, I've lived in Fullerton for 53 years. When I first came to Fullerton, Fullerton was the richest city per capita in North Orange County. Times have changed. We have an ARPA package that a decision has to be made. Unfortunately, you don't put down in the agenda what ARPA means, the definition. We'll get into that at another time. My thing is, without employees, how are we going to have a city? Our city will be totally gone if we don't have employees. And we have to have employees have faith in the city, and we have to have faith in the employees. So please do make a decision that will be best for for everyone involved, because, as I say, without employees, we don't have a city. Thank you so very much.
Mayor, City Council, Curtis Gamble, activist, for the homeless and the veterans. The American Rescue Act plan, I want to share this with you. City of Fullerton, agenda report, Fullerton City Council meeting dated March the 16th, 2020, to the City Council, submitted by Kenneth A. Dormer, City Manager. Subject, American Rescue Act Plan update. The American Rescue Plan Act discussion. City staff will work with our federal advocate, Townsend Public Affairs, to determine how much other assistance the overall act Act, which can be made available since there are large sections specifically for small businesses, assistance to households, renters / owners, and homelessness. The Act also allows necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure, but not streets. Okay, that's from our former city manager. I just want to share this with you. I've been listening to you guys for a long time about this American Rescue Act funding, and I hear, oh, we're going to invest in roads. You know, from I think 2 or 3 of you guys, Dunlap, Young. I'm just going by, I go by the law. You know, I read it and I put it out there and I share it with you, you know, like you share things with me. It's very important that we stick with what the law says, because what's going to happen, you guys may be gone, but when they do their investigations, what they normally do, you know, check, if you didn't use that money properly, the city is going to have to replace it. So we might as well do this right from the beginning. Now, another thing I just kind of want to talk about as far as funding, you know, I grew up playing Monopoly, you know, with my sisters and the neighbors. And Monopoly is a fun game. It teaches you how to share with each other. And I think that's what we should do tonight. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Bernard, and I am a Fullerton resident. Thank you, Councilmember Zara, for not giving in to the bullying of Councilmember Jung and standing your ground for what is right and against the cuts. Councilmember Silva, I'm so disappointed in you. You caved, or you made a deal with Councilmember Jung. I question you now. What deal? Both of you were whispering together at last meeting on this item. 1, it's super rude. 2, it seems questionable, as if you were making a deal. I ask City Attorney Dick Jones, isn't this a violation of the Brown Act? Isn't this supposed to be a public discussion? Why the secrecy? No on cuts, and yes on transparency. Go Bruins.
And if we have anyone else who'd like to speak, would you please line up so we can move the comments along?
That was uncalled for. Hi, my name is Kurt Johnston. I'd like to speak on this issue. I think when it comes to the distribution of this money, it's important to look at where this money is coming from. This is a huge handout on top of other handouts. Frankly, it really surprised me how much money was being paid out and for what reason. It's not the kind of money that can be sent back if you're not going to use it, because this is such a large amount of money. It's actually coming from the taxpayers. Taxpayers are going to eventually pay for this somehow. So it seems to me the most fair way to distribute this money is equally, not a apportionate amount to go to a special interest group or a certain group of people. It should be distributed evenly. And to me, the best way to distribute this would be for infrastructure. Now, is giving a large chunk of this to a few city workers investing in our infrastructure, it doesn't seem like it's going to really help our infrastructure as much as an even distribution. So my idea is that there wouldn't be any percentages. This should all go for city infrastructure projects, not to any individual payrolls. Thank you.
And we have 2 hands raised in Zoom. Greg Seaborn, oops, I'm hitting the wrong button for you. Hang on one sec. Now you should be able to talk. Let's try that.
His attention to be able to deliberate over this. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Listening to the speakers, I just want to call into question and point out the obvious. You can't cut sewer and water without cutting water and sewer rates. So those services should not be affected one way or the other. The city is not responsible for providing social services. Never really has, except through the Community Block Grant Program, and this really is no exception. Arguments to subsidize rent or utility costs are just not valid. Accept the ARPA funds. Backfill the reserves, invest the remainder in the infrastructure road fund, and if need be, ask staff to cut 2% or find savings of 2%. Thank you for your time this evening.
And one more speaker, Jane Rands. You should be able to unmute.
Thank you, Lucinda. Glad that Greg brought that point up. It's been bugging me every time there's one of these conversations and there's talk about water, water not being properly funded or sewer not being properly funded. But the odd truth is that those positions aren't being filled, and as a ratepayer, and I supported that water rate increase, expecting us to have full services. I am puzzled why the city isn't fully staffing those roles because they are fully funded by the ratepayers. I would like to see that corrected if that is the case. And additionally, for the other staff members and maintenance people and the people that we really, really depend on, the guys that come out and patch the myriad potholes on my street, the people who, you know, clean up the parks when the grass gets too long, the people who pick up the trash, all those people who do those services that so much, they're like little fairies going out about doing work that we don't even see them doing it. And it's just things are taken care of like magic. We really appreciate those people. And I didn't want to let this opportunity go by without saying thank you for the work you do. And I'm one of those homeowners in this city who is more than happy to support our city workers and want them, need them to be fully staffed in every area because I see it as an investment in our community, and it's the least our city can do for its residents is to make sure that our parks and our public spaces are clean and accessible and well maintained.
And we have one more hand raised. Sharon Kennedy, you can talk now.
Hi, Council. I agree with a lot of the people that spoke. I think we need our employees, and we need reliable employees. We also need our roads fixed and our sewer and water lines fixed. I think we can have both. And I would like to ask our council members to ask Ellis how much money we have for fixing roads and such that it's already in the budget. Thank you.
And we have no more speakers.
Okay, we will bring the item back to council.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilmember.
All right, handful of questions that need to be answered. One, Mr. City Attorney, are Councilman Zara and Silva and I violating the Brown Act, sir?
The answer is no. The Brown Act talks about 3 or more people meeting and discussing and developing a consensus of opinion. When 2 of you speak, that is not a direct violation of the Brown Act. However, and without getting too technical, if this was a public hearing and you were discussing an item that was on a public hearing, the public is entitled to hear your thought processes if it influences your decision in the public hearing discussion. Under these circumstances, this is not a public hearing, and the fact that it's only 2 of you, that does not violate the Brown Act.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, I got one more question.
Sure.
Ms. Chang, Director Chang, would you be kind enough to answer Ms. Kennedy's question about how much money is allocated in the budget for roads?
Out of general fund, there is no specific allocation towards street and road infrastructure.
Thank you. Nothing further, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Silva?
Well, to see if we can move this forward, I like to move that we we'll do it one more time. Adopt scenario 7 with a 1% cut, same as last time, where we look at the 1% from vacant positions that are not being filled, and give that 1% to the, or give authority of that 1%, which is about $1 million, to the city manager to help with whatever we need help with. So again, this is a move to, in essence, not lay anyone off additionally. These positions are vacant. They've been sitting there, and it's about 7 positions. And they'll come back to us to see which 7 and help us with that extra $1 million to give to the city manager to use at his discretion. So I'll move item 7 with those particulars.
And that included the proviso that no current employees would be laid off?
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, all right, sir. We'll give it a go. I'll second that.
All right. Thank you.
So just a few comments before it's been moved and seconded, but I think it's interesting. It's like Groundhog's Day, and here we are again. Somebody pointed out we had initial guidance on ARPA funding before I think the policy guidelines were official back in March, and they have been changed to, in fact, indicate that we can use that money for roads and streets. And I think it's interesting because there were a few quotes I wrote down with some of the public comments, both from people who were here in attendance and also from people that called in. People talk about putting money back into our community and investing in our quality of life. I mean, how better can we do that than spending $32 million of this ARPA funding in our roads and streets? The reality is the great unifier, whether you live in South Fullerton, West Fullerton, East Fullerton, or North Fullerton, is that our roads are terrible. I'm inundated with calls, emails, text messages, and you can't go on any social media outlet that's focused on Fullerton without reading about it and without reading about the frustrations that many people in the community have related to our road conditions and the fact that council just doesn't get it and just doesn't do anything about it. It wasn't but 8 or 9 months ago that we were up here where we had a study session where we looked into road and street conditions and we talked about, hey, repairs that needed to be made, and yet there's $0 allocated from the general fund and $32 million at our disposal, and only 2 council members have expressed repeated interest in investing that money into the roads and streets. So I'd make a substitute motion for a 5% cut and allocating $32 million into our roads and streets in terms of road and street repairs. And that's where I'm at, and that's what needs to be done for Fullerton.
I will second that. Yes, go ahead, council member.
So it is Groundhog Day.
So I mean, we do have other departments. I mean, we have such a deficit and such a need in every single department. So essentially, we'll fix our roads, but we're cutting our police, we're cutting our parks, we're cutting everything else, our library. So I think that's just not good management of one-time funds. Our road deficit is $10 million annually. So we'll have 3 years worth of road repairs, and then what? Then we'll lose our police, we'll lose our fire, we'll lose our library, and so on and so on. So I think there needs to be a little bit of allocation. Nobody said we don't want to use our roads. We do have the ability to allocate some funds, significant amount of funds, towards roads. And I remember the 2019 we had a sale of a property in which we allocated $5 million, and we saw a lot of repairs. Now. So, you know, we can allocate a very large, substantial amount from the discretionary funds. As for, you know, the cuts, I stand firm, and I don't feel there is a need for a cut. However, I did compromise last time, and I'm still willing to compromise. You know, for those who thought I didn't compromise, you know, I'm willing to entertain the notion of defunding 7 positions. But my only ask last time, and I still would like to ask that, is if that is voted on separately. That is the only thing, because I can't in good conscience vote on a blind 1% cut, even if it is, you know, to defund 7 positions only, because I don't know what those positions are. So I'd like to see what those positions are, how they will affect our services, before we make that determination. I'm not saying we won't go there. I'm just saying, can we just move this, provide the ARPA allocations, move the budget, and then discuss just the 7 positions with a possible savings of $1 million.
Well, Councilmember Zara, the motion was to bring those 7 positions to us so that we can then discuss if we agree with those 7. So we're not going to cut anything until it come to us again for a vote. And at this point, I think
that is what I'm asking, Mr.
I know, but that might be the best we get right now, unless we want to keep going and do another Groundhog Day some other time.
We have Package B, so we can move something tonight.
But again, these 7 vacant positions are not going to be cut until we decide on them.
What we are deciding tonight is a 1% cut.
Well, like
it is not specifying what positions they are or
let me
where
change it. So I'll amend my motion to do a cut of 7 positions, to look at cutting 7 positions that equal about 1%, and have those positions come back to us before we make the final choice on what positions. So it'll just go from 1% to 7 positions.
If those, then if
semantics.
Sure. If we decide, when it comes back, we look at these positions and we realize these are necessary positions, are we not going to do this then? Do we have an out from this? That's my question.
Well, when they come back to us, we can say yes, no, or then we can decide which positions with the help of.
But we've committed to $1 million savings.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. We want to save $1 million so that we can.
Why? I mean, a city budget this large. I mean, I just have to ask. I mean, what's the point? I mean, that's a novelty savings on a $220 million budget, really. I mean, you know.
Right, and this is why I'm saying we don't need to do this at all. Let's just create a scenario 1, which is what the city manager and everybody seems to think that this is the most appropriate one. We are playing with 7 positions, and
those 7 positions are vacant already. They're most likely not coming back, so we'll just officially close them.
I just want to remind everybody, we're actually holding these positions vacant. This is an artificial vacancy. We are doing this. We have a freeze on all of this.
And that's what we're going to look to see which. We're not going to touch those prior 37. We're going to look at these 7 other ones, and then again, we'll have to decide which 7.
And the 37 are going to still be held vacant. So there's still a freeze on those. So we're on top of freezing 37, yes, albeit not defunded, but we're now saying let's add to that and defund entirely 7 other positions.
This is why I hate speaking last. It's an extremely long wait sometimes. But what I'd like to add at this point is it really concerns me greatly that this council doesn't understand a structural budget imbalance. Mr. Package earlier said definition of insanity. We've all heard it a million times. Keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So what has this city been doing over the years? Shortchanging infrastructure, increasing salaries and benefits, and hire more employees. That creates an even greater structural budget imbalance. These are one-time funds. ARPA funds are one-time monies. One-time money shouldn't be put into repeat overhead, things that are going to build costs over time. And anything short of that, that's where I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. Anything short of that is just dancing around the problem. And it's doing the very same thing that got us here in the first place.
You know, I would just add as one point of clarification, Councilman Zara, I think you said something to the effect of we could budgeting $10 to $12 million per year, but as was noted, you know, that amount hasn't been spent on the roads and streets on an annual basis in quite some time. I think in previous research, you know, I actually believe it was that, you know, the one-time sale that you referred to that generated $5 million was probably the only time I think in the past 10 years that significant funds from the general fund had actually been invested in our roads and streets. So yeah, the issue about roads continuing to, you know, really fall into disrepair. I mean, that's a 20 to 30 year, you know, legacy of failure for our city, and it's time that we fix that. And the only way for us to do that is by making a significant investment. And just to your point, to clarify, the 10 to 12 million figures, I believe, what Public Works has said they can comfortably administrate per year in terms of contracts and such, managing and, you know, assigning the work and managing those contracts. But you know, I stand by my initial recommendation.
No, the 10 million was the need. It was from the
Okay,
planning
we
commission.
have.
Mayor, there's a substitute motion.
Yeah, we
Can
do
call
have a
the question, sir?
substitute motion and a second, so we'll take a roll call on that.
Okay, and this is a substitute motion for the 5% cut and the 32 million ARPA funds to roads. Councilmember Jung.
No.
Councilmember Silva.
No.
Councilmember Zara.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Yes.
And Mayor Whitaker.
Yes.
This one fails 3 to
Okay.
2.
To the original motion.
And this is the motion.
We'll do the original.
1%. Okay, so we'll pretend like the amendment isn't there. So this is the 1% cut with council to discuss which 7 positions to cut at a future meeting and no employee layoffs. Okay. Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
No.
And Mayor Whitaker.
No.
This one also fails 3 to 2.
Then I'd like to move package B, where we'll.
I'll second that.
One second, Councilman, if you'd be kind enough.
Yes. Just.
I'd like to entertain scenario number 2. That's a 2%. Let's get this done. Let's not continue the charade. It's obvious we can't all agree. But at least let's give the staff, our residents, and even ourselves an opportunity to move forward. So scenario number 2, 2%. Mr. Mayor, I'd make that motion, sir.
So that would be a substitute, because I think there was a motion from...
Yes, correction. Substitute.
Scenario 2 is only a little vague when it talks about the $24 million to allow for the city council to designate towards non-budgeted projects or programs. That would be better if it was dedicated to streets.
Is that what you're requesting, sir? I'm happy to change the wording around to make that happen.
Yes, that would make it more supportable from my standpoint.
All right, very well. I'm happy to change the wording accordingly, sir.
Your recommendation in here was actually from the city manager to actually agendize an item to lay out the allocation of those funds and to have that agendized to come back to you.
Well,
I couldn't support that.
yeah, it's just a little vague for my taste, but.
Would it be appropriate to change the wording on that?
Well, of course. I mean, this is being suggested to us, so we can do whatever we want.
I'm happy to do that, sir.
Okay.
Let's change the wording to dedicate to streets.
Okay. I was wanting to wait to see if anyone else has a comment. Or you.
Yeah, I'm trying to actually, I'm trying to, because we've been given so many options at this point.
I know.
Trying to flip through and find out.
And this leaves contingency reserve levels of 13% or more, right?
So if it helps you, scenario 2 is a 2% cut. It is a,
It's on, Lucinda would put the screen up.
it's a 13% reserve, and a $24 million allocation. In this case, it would be the roads.
No, I was looking, actually, no, this isn't it. Do you have the pro forma? There was a projection that was run, I want to say, in one of the meetings we saw it, where it showed at the different percentage of cuts, what that looked like in relation to the deficit. Because I think that's it for me. I just, like I made the comment about the 1% cuts. It's a novelty at that point. I mean, the reality is we have a really hard decision here to make, and I'm not confident that 2% is going to do much, much more. I mean, really, that's where I think as I recall, and looking at it before, I mean, the last time we looked at this, I want to say it was scenario 3 or more that actually resulted in, really the difference there with the deficit in the budget going forward.
Were you asking about the?
Yes, that looks familiar.
Okay, I don't have it loaded. I could try to pull it up. Do you want me to pull it up? Lucinda, can you project it onto screen? So this is from the October 19th presentation slide deck, slide number 11. Is this the one that you were requesting?
I believe, yeah, I think this looks familiar. So, yeah, let me look at this, please.
Okay.
I mean, it just doesn't do much,
On a year-by-year basis, yeah.
Right. When it gets better, not like the others that see it growing, but. Now, do you have a way to show this with 5%?
I don't think we. Oh.
Okay, there we go. What? So, can we back up a slide? Because I'm looking at numbers are, if I'm not, the number's not, I mean, the deficit, I guess, staying about the same? I mean,
Yeah, so the way the pro forma was kind of laid out is the net change in fund balance doesn't really change. What actually shifts is the, if you look in the yellow row,
Okay.
the first yellow row is the expenditure reduction at the 2%, and then on the 2 slides down, it's at the 5% level. And then what that does is essentially would effectively minimize that net change in fund balance above. And then with the additional use of the ARPA to kind of balance to get us to, it's essentially a 0 change in fund balance.
Okay, can we see the 5% again, please? Yeah.
Don't have any money for your road,
It makes my vote easy then. I mean, it's no money for the roads, and it's a no for me. I mean, that's, you know, so.
It's all in the budget, it's all in the reserve.
There you go. So, all right, well.
Okay, so everyone got their questions answered? All right. Another roll call vote.
Let's make it clear what the vote is.
Yeah, we have a substitute motion from Councilmember Jung for scenario 2, which is a 2%, and I believe they're changing the wording to dedicate the funding for streets. And I think we're waiting for a second on that.
Oh, I didn't second that?
I think you may have been starting to, and we didn't get that far, or I didn't write it down.
I don't think you seconded it.
Yeah, I'll
blame it
I'll
on me.
second it.
Okay, so now we have a motion and a second, so we can take a vote on that one. Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
No.
Councilmember Zara.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
No.
And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
That one fails 2-3.
So now the motion on the floor is package B.
Correct. And if you're ready to vote on that, let me get that screen off so you can work. Now I lost my spot. Okay, Councilmember Jung.
And, sorry, just a point of clarification for the public, package B is basically moving some amounts, approving some amount of the ARPA funds that we can actually move some, the budget forward.
Okay. Councilmember Jung.
No.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Zara.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
No.
And Mayor Whitaker.
No.
Okay, and that one also fails 2-3.
All right. Try again next time.
Well, we've made a push for midnight here. We do have one thing that I skipped earlier, which was council comments. So, Councilmember Jung, you want to lead off?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and Council, as Fullerton's delegate to the League of Cities, I attended the annual conference in person this year in Sacramento. I attended key seminars on diversity, equity, and inclusion, building API-safe communities, climate change, and public safety were all educational to me in their camaraderie and spectrum of thought. Enhanced knowledge on rising pension costs to municipalities and the impact of required contributions and our return on investment give a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel in about 10 years or so. As we continue to navigate our city's budget in conjunction with the confines of these anchored costs like pensions and health care, the small innovations of these other municipalities, all of whom grapple with these same concerns, will assist us in finding our own way as well. The League of Cities Conference returns to Southern California next year and should give another opportunity of Fullerton's elected representatives to interact with those in other cities from California to manage the modern challenges that lie ahead. I wanted to very quickly thank the Federal Communications Commission for creating the new suicide prevention emergency number. Beginning mid-July next year, dial 988 if you need help. For the first time, we as a country have made a decision to take this important first step In addressing mental health, there are 130 suicides each day, and they can all be prevented. This is a necessary square one. Will save lives, particularly amongst middle-aged men, members of the LGBTQ community, and young adults, all of whom are statistically more vulnerable to suicide. Another word about the seriousness of our current drought. A few weeks ago, California declared a statewide drought emergency. This followed the federal government's recent declaration of a shortage of the Colorado River for the first time in our nation's history. I want to remind our residents that the Colorado River provides water to grow nearly all of this country's green vegetables. It serves 40 million residents, equal to the population of our state, and more than the entire population of Canada. Lake Powell and Lake Mead, the two largest reservoirs in the country, which were full just 20 years ago, now barely sit at 30% capacity. While state officials will continue to debate the merits of water restrictions, there is no denying the severity of this drought and its potential catastrophic economic impact. It is time to rethink how our parks are designed, reimagine what our lawns should look like. In light of what is to come, I would like to draw your attention to something and encourage your action on something else this evening. First, it is fair to assume residents of our city only see the money owed when they receive their water bills, but as the water rate increases to keep pace with the cost of delivering safe, clean drinking water to your home, please consider watering your lawn for a shorter period of time. If you would like assistance with conservation, there is a public works employee in our city that is passionate about her job and will come to your home to help. There's also some ones who monitor the quality of our water, which is highly regulated, intensely tested regularly, and supervised always. There are even more someones who are responsible for the consistent challenges associated with our aging water infrastructure as well. I draw all of this attention to you this evening because it's responsible only to see the water bill for the payment due. But I encourage you to see it for what the true cost is, both to our environment, along with that, the dedication of those who serve our city by bringing that water to your sinks and showers each day. Finally, a small word about scale, sir. When my children were younger, I took my family trip to the Grand Canyon. It occurred to me at that time that millions of years of geological history were hardly represented by what I had seen on television. In real time, the scale was not just impressive, but breathtaking. By contrast, SoFi Stadium, the home of the Rams and Chargers, can be expanded to seat 100,000. And while it looks palatial on television, in person it's clearly digestible. I say this to you because scale is important to keep in mind when practicing good governance. It's not a tragedy for council members to ask for an explanation of budget items or reimagine park design or re-examine how we promote public safety in our city. Critical analysis with the greater good in mind and not just rubber stamping projects for social media praise, considering long-term costs versus public benefit, may have afforded our city a better path many years ago. So I encourage our residents to examine the importance of scale and understand that having lively debate and proactively surveying a more long-term view of fiscal allocation will only help our city become more dependable, and durable in the process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Silva, you have any? Councilmember Zara?
I only have one thing to say. Thank you to the police department, Public Works, Parks and Rec, Library, and our fire department, and the Fullerton Municipal Employee Association for hosting the trunk or treat. It was a wonderful time, and it's great for the community. And thank you. Shout out Lorenzo Paz for their great Halloween party. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, anything? No. I just have two quick items. One is that I want to agendize for our next meeting consideration of a resolution, this on behalf of Orange County Water District. There have been a number of other mayors who have done this as well, which is proposed federal legislation, PFAS Action Act of 2021, H.R. 2467, would attach CERCLA liability to the Orange County Water District as it removes PFAS and PFOS from drinking water. OCWD has no responsibility for the presence of PFAS, and the concept of imposing CERCLA liability on water districts runs contrary to the polluter pays public policy. I respectfully request that you assist OCWD's efforts in garnering an exemption from CERCLA liability for water districts as they properly remove PFAS from drinking water. Eventually, funding for this will come from the polluters, but in the meantime, it could result in large rate increases for our water ratepayers in the city of Fullerton. So this would be aimed at our congressional delegation. And so I'll provide the copy later, but I just wanted to get that out there. Second thing is we're approaching Veterans Day, and by the time our next meeting, it will have come and gone. There will be a ceremony dedicating the Korean American War Monument at Hillcrest Park on Veterans Day. And so I just wanted to put that out there and have people mark their calendars. It's an opportunity to thank many of the veterans who fought in that tragic war for a number of years, many of them who are still with us, unlike so many members of our World War II generation. So with that, that's all that I have this evening. And until our next regularly scheduled meeting, November 16th, we are adjourned.